Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the President's Hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
To my friend, she was the brightest at our level, even though she was as innocent as the heaven. That did not stop Papa Abu at age 57 to ask for her hand in marriage as she turns 11. Her parents, being naive about this rage, tolerated this marriage, and this destroyed the hopes and dreams of Kadiatu to live like it in Seattle. Instead, she's been used as a tool by an old school. Kadiatu is being used as a bait by her own mate. My friend is being emotionally tortured by this old culture. Old child marriage, it's on the rampage like disease, eating up the fabric of our girl child image, and it's our duty to cage. Let's diverge. Please be obliged. It is now we emerge from this ancient custom at large.
If not for this dreadful event, Kadiatu could have become president, but now she has been trapped in an old man's residence, like a mosquito in a tent. She is vulnerable, but with her age, she is still able to become that virtuous woman of substance, like Madam Patricia Kaba, Madam Dr. Kadisi Se, Madam Sianyama Koroma, Madam Dr. Sylvia O'Blyden, Madam Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Oh yes, without child marriage, our girl child can still turn into Madam Hillary Clinton, Madam Theresa May. Be it as it may, Madam Condoleezza Rice, let's not be hypnotized, but rather stay wise, for this can only be realized if education is being prioritized and child marriage is being criticized. So please, parents, do not relent, as it is apparent that a girl child can become great if only you patiently wait.
When I was young, a lot of things were different. Unfortunately, most of the differences seen now are heartbreaking and are not good at all.
Before now, men were strong protectors of the weak, fathers, brothers, lovers, sons. Their mere presence guaranteed the safety of women and children.
But what do we do now?
Men harassing and raping women.
Men sexually abuse little girls.
Men battering and killing their wives.
Any form of sexual assault, be it rape, sexual abuse, or pedophilia, is a killer to human self-esteem.
Women should stop dying in silence. Speak now.
The rapist should be stigmatized, not the victim.
I think death sentence should be the consequence of such terrible acts.
And you mothers, build confidence in your children, put trust in them, listen to them when they make reports, and take necessary actions.
Talking of mothers before now, women were virtuous.
They were mothers, daughters, and sisters.
Nurturing, counseling, supporting their menfolks.
But now, women are trafficking female children for money.
Women are forced to be silenced.
All this must stop, and it must stop now.
Real men do not abuse, rape, or molest women and children.
It is barbaric, unacceptable.
Let all real men stand with us.
Together, let's say an emphatic no to rape, sexual abuse, pedophilia, and domestic violence.
There was a king, and this king ruled his kingdom. In his kingdom, air was clean. Yari the cat was the favorite pet to the queen. Yari was upset that this common lizard, Kotoro, would answer back to the queen. Yari.
Famous. No, yeah, yeah, See, where are the sing so good? Now me know how to feel. Where are the sing so? Now me know how to feel. Ain't God, you just see them the millet. Why she comping just a better? You see them no more the millet. Why so the man to return for? How you gonna live this life just for the fella another person now? How you gonna live this life just for the fella you brought them in down? Ain't God, yeah, lily, lily, yeah, yeah, lily, lily. See, oh God, this thinking make I wonder why me no for carry gold. Hey God, this thinking make I wonder why me no go get AI. This thinking make I wonder why me no go get say. And God, this thinking make I wonder why me where you know say some man them get seven, them get sour right here round them ways. Oh God, some man them get smelly, them get to where you know go know. Famous. I don't know who I have forgot. Now this wall we're full of wickedness. I don't look left and I don't look right. What's grandma can tell me say some problem can and I fall look under your foot. Look under your foot. Look under your foot, mama, look under your foot. Never look under your foot. Look under your foot, yeah. Look under your foot, mama, look under your foot. Ah. Oh God, this thinking make I wonder why me no for carry gold. Hey God, this thinking make I wonder why me no go get your air. This thinking make I wonder why me no go get shit. And God, this thinking make I wonder why me when you know say some man them get similar, them get juju right here on their waist. Oh God, some man them get tight, them get simple where you know go know. Hey, famous.
I love my country, baby. It's a long, it's a long. Now we go with this. Cloud Diamond. Africa D-Block.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, who's how we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, who's how we go. Everybody me say welcome, if we always country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah. Then say yeah. So good in the morning, the land is just gloomy, the moon is going, the cloud is forming, the cocks are crowing, dew is falling, the birds are coming, everybody running inside Switzerland today. The land is yummy, see the mommy they cooking fufu, the party smoking cigarettes, Rajo they watch baby Musu. Where they find out the country rest, right in West Africa, on the Atlantic Ocean. Inside this land, so much I can boast of. Look at the good plantation, from the beach I get meditation. Make me not wear this nation, I get L-O-V-E for me alone. Yeah, for me alone. Love for me alone, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, who's how we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, who's how we go. Everybody me say welcome, if we always country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah.
Sierra Leone was an hello place where sweet like gold. We got diamond box, silver and gold. So that we make time for the young and old. I mean for let me serve, help me serve. Also you come from the bars, you want for boot chest. Peace, love and unity, now ain't for boot fest. Cause the jealousy and your that don't make sense. Togetherness is one, but wait for we success. So get up and go walk, I'll sit down for the top. I criticize the government just for mix up. But stack on the pain, so we need for put stop. Time for us for you all, no matter how you struggle the boat. It's life without pain, not easy, not in the zone. Just forget to live in all myself, can go slow. We like to say I go, I never forget about this home.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, who's how we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it won't, who's how we go. Everybody me say welcome, if we always country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah. Then say yeah.
We all remember say sweet alone how we own. Each and every one God take care of his own. We all remember say this country now we own. Each and every
everyone for take your rocks alone. I will exalt thee, realm of the free. Great is the love where I get for so long. I got enough track of one for maintain this new land. No matter the situation, I get love for so long. I got enough every day, no day, pamphlet, place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country pattern for any attack, me the way me boo. I got enough every day, no day, pamphlet, place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country pattern for any attack, me the way me boo. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, who's how we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it went, who's how we go. Everybody me say welcome, if we own this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like someone say yeah. Then say yeah.
Silverstone Beats.
People killing, people dying, children hurting, hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life going evil, we all have to give, oh yeah. Cause all I see is evil, and too much killing of my people, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah. So let's help one another. I sing again, yeah.
What's me, I don't see this kind of thing where they happen. This not for be education opportunity. Now in we need, let we learn for the share, not to all time for big greed.
You see this life, the live, oh. You see where we lose or we know. Stop killing one another. Let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like we're zero. On the block with a C, money dip and make every day pan pre, yeah.
R.I.P. They took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This are the time we stop now crime. Don't blind bodies like your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But karma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day the Green Reaper will be your remover.
They settle the range, ranting up some sanctimonious food. Is as poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's as it is for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun ain't nothing new, that for black on black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up. Stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up. Stand up for what is right. Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through. Even when you're feeling new. Where is the love? Do this if we try. There's no time to waste, no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I did not London, but me heart still at home. God don't lift me up, but me heart still at ground. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Please to my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. With people then they suffer. You then I argue, they bluff, it's copper. You're the game, need for change. Like we not get up. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
where is the love? Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna reign on we
come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bomb, let's be together. With peace and love, golden hopes through storm and weather. See what is going on. Where is love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly? And what will you do if you die today and find yourself in hell?
I want to ask you this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get, whose side the love day?
When I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you go suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or you will turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love, the love. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love, the love.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. This now una co-host T-Boy today. I run the program with you, and Juma go join me within the shortest period of time. I want to say welcome to everybody. You can do Juma in style. If you're just joining us, welcome to our platform. Don't forget to like our page, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and follow us and share as well. And if you now one family also they're already around, I want to say welcome once more. And now all know for say when Juma can start the program now your own signature is making always kind of say hi, welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on Facebook and YouTube. Welcome to you all. Today we got a very interesting topic of discussion because I know say a lot has been happening within the past couple of days. I would say since last week, a lot of development that happened inside the Republic, because you know how they go inside the Republic. I don't even know how much edition of how they go inside the Republic we don't do so for most that time. But anyway, that will be a question for the viewers. So Nakaba can tell you how many edition of how they go inside the Republic we don't do since we start them. I know for say it's almost about a year now since we start how they go inside the Republic. Apart from the other programs, they will have been the big salon debates. And well, we don't not put a hold, but definitely now inside the Republic now don't make the rounds for the past year. And if you say inside the Republic for make the rounds possibly right up to election and maybe beyond the election, then we can come back to the big salon debates. But I think we get surprised for now when they come up within the next couple of weeks or months. Like I said, the big salon debate not go out of the way to is still in the pipeline. And we get for the bring very serious issues then regarding the big salon debates we get for do it's of course, the normal discussion they get every other week in regards to all the most popular topic of discussion in the salon when are held: poverty, sanitation, education, of course, the economy and everything else. Well, politics is the key, and we know for say the life they want to live. Without politics, nothing evolves. So definitely that's now one of the major and main primary topic of our discussions over the past couple of years since we start this particular concept. And I feel say, Usa, we don't do now, we don't go far beyond the reality of what the program stand for. We don't go far beyond in terms of chasing the right stories, in terms of talking about the right issues, and in terms of creating the environment for everybody to share their thoughts, their ideas, their views, and what they believe in. Because at the end of the day, we share the platform for everybody, and we want to make everybody participate. I want to say welcome to the YouTubers. Today, I'm not going to be too much engaging on the chat line, but definitely, I feel say the Oba go the chat with you and you go able for engaging a bit more. Like I said, a lot has been happening within the past couple of days, and today we talk about a few things. But before I go down there, man, make the Oba say hello to Una. It's in a different style. So I want to call Femi, and like he can say hello to viewers and possibly tell me something about what you feel about today's program. Over to you, Femi.
T-Boy, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, I can hear you, Mr. Femi Paba.
You hear me?
I hear you, Kolo.
I no give you permission for the use my name, so yeah, I'll begin sue you just now.
You want to use the official name, or let I just leave down this one?
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, viewers, thank you for joining us. We're grateful that you're here with us. Without Una, we're not go able for deny us, because then two Bobo Asu in Juma and T-Boy, then just to give me problem no more. I can't give you one story, but with the problem they will then only give me. But before we go down there, I want welcome Una. As T-Boy say, if you're joining us for the first time, you're welcome. This is our platform. We open it up to every Sierra Leonean and every friends of Sierra Leone and Africans as well. You know, if una get on a problem them, if una get on a issue them, una hit we up and we go try for investigate, and if necessary we go do a campaign or we go run a show for discuss on issues. If una get glady self, una hit we up and we will surely patronize and help una provide anything we we able for do. If una not new to the platform and una don't the castle, well una sabi we now. Tibo and Juma then they talk for hours, so una take to engage them more. If they open the phone line, una take them more because we go there so do clean. Over to you, Tibo.
Well, thank you very much, Femi. I don't see that not a good introduction at all, because what you don't can do right now, you don't can expose me, because I can always see a Juma and get the book to talk. Me, I need to talk. Today, the Congress, I think, we can. Nothing I say, I just left on the muscle. But anyway, before we start, I want to extend special condolences to the entire kingdom for losing the Queen. And I believe, everybody they mourn in their own small corner. I know there's been a lot of talks in regards to the death of the Queen. There's been a lot of controversy. There's been a lot of everybody they make their own opinion and say their own thing. But I always say, if you not say something when the person they are alive, it needless for make you say anything. I don't know really person on this. So basically, not that your opinion are not welcome or nobody can listen to them. Yes, of course they do. But any change where you want for me the Queen change, where even they are alive, if you not be done against that concern, I'm not saying it might be too late now, but maybe it might not be too necessarily late. But maybe it can change, or maybe it doesn't. Because at the moment we get a king, and a king who we all know says he's been actively involved in charitable work over the past couple of years, even though Imama been the reign as queen, but he will still do almost the work of a king. Although he not been get the title yet, but we all be no say Nainge for be the successor of Imama. So the controversy surrounding a lot of voting that happened at the background of in kingship, I think people should just move on and forget about that, because at the end of the day, an announcement has been made a couple of years ago, because everybody knows Yes, the queen gets a couple of years to live. Nobody was predicting when she was going to die, but I think they have put a lot of stuff in place for a replacement. So these guys are prepared. They're always planning for the future. They always put things together. Not so like a we. Me and Juma made the plan for sing one sing to the family, but I don't know if you remember the sing or you not sabi the sing. You were not scary, but they keep the sing take up. Now that sing the night I they welcome with. But like I said, today's program, it is sound like a monologue to some extent, but it isn't going to be a monologue program at all. And the things that we talk about today, one will be the most important saga within the past couple of days, when are the Musa Tumbu saga, and then continuation of the registration process. We will not foresee, don't get a lot of many other challenges then we surround them. A lot of financial discrepancies, then we challenge them. A lot of equipment challenges, then we surround them. And a lot of other protocol and red tapes, then we surround this particular process. Where we know for sure, we should not be envisaging something like this because we already had 5 years or 4 years planning prior to this particular process. So everything was supposed to be in place. Everything was anticipated to be in place by the people that really run the registration process with the National Electoral Commission. But I think they don't change the name to Sierra Leone something, SL voting, election board or election council. I don't know how they call them right now, but definitely a lot has been put in place for make sure say we not reach to how we reach to. Then at the second topic of discussion, and then the third one we all know, but then just an inch of our normal now we will talk about because we know for say at the moment it don't create in your own headlines, but our headline in a headline we not shortfall, not destructive headlines. But we know we need to be distracted by that kind of headline because sometimes headlines are being strategically put in place so that they distract other issues that we might not pay attention to. But I think the way how the dynamics of Salon only right now, everybody is paying attention to every single thing that happens within the country because we know for say if anything goes wrong, it affects everybody. And we'll not for say if anything goes right, everybody else will benefit. There are another topic where I feel to say very much burning about we in the diaspora. There has been a lot of concerns about people in the diaspora where they raise so much awareness of the fact say it's costing them a lot of money for fly for go salon at this particular point in time for go register, just for register no more, and then fly back to London, and then ready back for go back salon for go do election for votes. So primarily, it cost each and every diaspora we choose for go through that process a minimum of £3,000. Minimum. When I say a minimum of £3,000, it means when you buy tickets, you must hold pocket money and for good day freedom for either 3 days or 1 week, at least the most 1 week. And you get for do the same back we get for go do you voting. So basically, just for go register and for go vote, they cost you about $3,000. Not taking into consideration for the fact say you go for that 1-2 weeks day. Okay, maybe sometime the second time around you might plan it properly. Even though this one again you might plan it properly, but you still have to take time off work. And you will take a minimum of 2 weeks of work because you know we'll go for 1 day and come back and 2 days and come back. So basically you need at least a minimum of a week. So that's 2 weeks of your normal holiday period that you're meant to have quality time either with your families or with your partners. So basically that time they go specifically for make you go exercise your franchise rights for vote and for register. But can we do it another way around? We're not going to cost we have £3,000 day or more, wherein we can have the same facilities to register here in the UK or wherever we are, and then we'll be able to have access to our embassies and try to do things electronically or even manually. Because at the end of the day, other countries are trying to do such equally. So other nations, they all over the world, they try for at least register their nationals. If then we say government will provide transport for me to go salon go register, okay. I don't say Femi go packing back quick because you make use of that 1 week day. Or go register for 2 days and come back. But definitely, this process now process way challenging. And it costs a lot of people a lot of money. And you get for begin look at the constraints where just the registration they actually cause to people in winner of Sierra Leone descent or winner Sierra Leoneans, then we get the right for register and vote in Sierra Leone. So that's another topic of discussion we will talk about today. And I believe we will talk about that intensely, because that's now one of Femi's favorite topic. But I think we will possibly find time before the registration process done for see how we will forget a specific program on this particular matter, because we know for say the diaspora, we are making a lot of contribution towards Sierra Leone. And when it comes to registration and voting, it is costing us a lot of money and constraints and challenges and everything. But when all the single political parties they also want for a raise fund, then they come and take the money. They consider us to be the biggest funders for their political parties. They consider us to be the biggest think tank for their political parties. They consider us to be the biggest environment from which they can benefit from, both financially, mentally, sometimes spiritually, because again, the spiritual being of most of the people in the diaspora in the Goose alone, it helped at some point for generate more energy among the citizens of Sierra Leone. So definitely, the country itself is benefiting a lot from people from the diaspora. But when it comes to certain areas, we are totally and entirely neglected. Why? Because they don't see us like we are Sierra Leoneans. But they see us as Sierra Leoneans when they want our money, when they want our support, when they want everything that has to do with what we can offer them. In return, they don't give us what we want in demands or in requests, because I'm not saying in demands because we've been talking about this for the past couple of years. I would say primarily within the past 10 years, diasporans has been complaining a lot about political differences. Well, not in all areas, but in some areas, especially when it comes to our own contribution for some of us who possibly might not have had an opportunity to serve in governance or to have positions as ministers or members of parliament or head of parastatals or just civil servants. We suffer a lot of disadvantage with it against it, because then they say, okay, but we for equally do the same. So but it's not like that. So they always talk to us down when we are saying positive things that will benefit the country that has nothing to do with finance. But when it comes to finance, they want our money. Oh, I can't invest. The country now for now. Well, no, we just take our money. No, I can't invest. No, I can't invest. That's the problem, and that's the concern I think every other Sierra Leonean who lives in the diaspora have gone through for the past couple of years. So we got to begin look at all the issues there and see how best we can be able to come together and agree to disagree, so that we self will get real kind of rights and opportunity for register either in the diaspora Saudi, or we find a way how we can register online, or we find a way how we can meet half and half, so that it will cost we that huge amount of money there for travel for go salon, just for go register, and then spend a huge amount of money back again from the diaspora for go votes. And also take it into consideration that many of those people who come from the diaspora are also political sponsors for their different various political parties. Some of them they save, some of them they collect, some of them they contribute, some of them they sell their house them, some of them they mortgage their house them, some of them they remortgage, some of them they pong. Many people in the diaspora do a lot to make their own financial contributions to all these various different political parties that we have in Sierra Leone, but they still don't have any value for us when it comes to exercising our franchise rights to register, and we want to do it here, or when it comes to our rights to vote, and we choose to do it here, just so that we'll not be in the position to spend that much amount of money by traveling back and forth just for that particular two reasons there. But if you look at them, it will possibly increase about 3,000 more to an individual who want to make contribution to in political party. For example, if you want for go support any of the political parties in Africa, and then You choose not to go in person, and you have the opportunity to register online or to register at your embassy or vote by your embassy or online. I think it will save you a lot of money. Maybe you can still pour that money there into your political party. We're going to make them £3,000 more richer. And that £3,000, I can't even imagine how much work you be able to do that £3,000 in a salon just from an individual. And now just imagine how many people in the diaspora will be in the position to register or to make that contribution towards their political parties. That will be a lot of money. But anyway, like I say, we will come to that particular part of the discussion there. The last thing I want to say on that discussion there, and the left arm for we will come on that particular topic there, and then we will be able to work more for now. Because a lot of people in the diaspora are still waiting, and a lot of them are disengaging when it comes to certain discussions that are meant to be made online because they are scared. But anyway, they come to that. Like I say, that's not a different discussion. Now, look, we go to the actual starting point of the discussion when at the Musa Tombo saga. Well, we all know Udana Musa Tombo, of course, now one of Sierra Leone's famous footballer, a striker. We don't win the past 2 Premier League season highest goal scorer, and it don't help for make. Then 2 club years so we don't play for win the Premier League. I think Senena the only striker we don't do that in Salon so far. If I can be corrected, then please do. But I think he played for Eastern Lions, I think last season, and they won the Premier League. And he make a transfer to Borough Rangers. He also win the Premier League for Borough Rangers, and he's also the highest goal scorer both for Eastern Lions and for Borough Rangers. But there has been a lot of controversy around Musa Tombo based on his personal and possibly private lifestyle where it affects the game itself, where he so loved. But let's go back a little bit and possibly look at few more players then we been get similar kind of issue with the Musa Tombo saga, because what we discuss for highlights on this particular thing, we might not do it justice because it is not a topic on its own, but we just the hints about a little bit. I think over the years, we don't get so many ex-professional footballers that we don't go through a lot of challenges in their life. And also, we don't get players then. We currently been at the Premier League. We also don't go through a lot of challenges in their life. Whilst they are still playing, and some of them when their footballing career end. But what thing we don't understand now the amount of support network we they in place for most of them players they are so, or most of them executive body members then really for one football in Sierra Leone, either on and off the pitch. And I feel say if we look at them deeply, not a blame game, but I think a lot of stuff needs to be done from every single stakeholder within the game, i.e. the structure of itself as the SLFA or the FA in Sierra Leone is one of the major structure that governs the well-being and affairs of the footballing nation in Sierra Leone. When I say footballing nation, anybody will get anything for do football not alone. I think the SLFA is responsible for make sure say that is administrated well so that anybody really under that body day is protected, either physically, mentally, financially, and emotionally. And when you look at all those 4 areas of concern that I highlighted, I don't know for sure whether all those 4 areas has been looked at properly as the FA. We don't see few examples them of few players then where they all over the world where they play football within our different professional clubs, and we don't see the way how then they manage their affairs on and off the pitch. We don't see some that we get massive, serious challenges them on the pitch whilst they're still playing, and we don't see a lot of them also we don't get massive, serious challenges them whilst they are still playing off the pitch. But in their own situation, they have a structure that governs and protects their interest and the interest of the club and the interest of anybody who gets anything for deal with that particular individual, be it on and off the pitch. And what's in I think to say that boiled down to a lot more is about its management. For example, we don't see the likes of we England national team, I go talk for England specifically because I had it. The national team gets so many challenges than possibly they get over the years with some of their key players. And some of those issues were based around their public life. And their public life challenges the way they play, challenges their performance on the pitch, challenges their interaction on the pitch, and sometimes they struggle to deliver. And after a match, before some kind of serious match, which something will play within the next couple of days, you could don't see tabloid newspaper, don't put up so many different negative headlines them against them specific players there. So it traumatized them. For example, I will give David Beckham as one of the biggest examples because now one of the players they were happy to see undergo a lot of pressure whilst he was playing for Manchester United during those days. He was a brilliant football player, but at the same time, his personal lifestyle was affecting the game because he was engaged or he was in a relationship with one of the most popular girl band member group, when I've been Spice Girls, who of course we all know. And we see the amounts of problems the way David Beckham faced during that period. And the problem the way he faced, not being getting nothing for do it on the pitch activities, but he was off the pitch. But what happens? What's it make David Beckham not go to the extent of losing it all and moving around like a crazy person, like somebody who don't know what to do, like somebody who feel to say he's all that and gets carried away and lose it all and affect in way of playing? So what's not to say help him that much is the fact that he has a structured managerial responsibility from his club that tries to manage him on and off the pitch. Because his manager then, Sir Alex Ferguson, not a person where you can just walk over that easily. And it don't bring them play there, so like a Ion picking them. So he had a personal relationship with them, apart from them playing the game. He has a personal relationship with each and every player. Even though it was challenging for him at that point in time, David Beckham were one of the ones that gave him a lot of challenges. But he was still able to manage him. Manage him in the sense, he therefore separates in private life, in social life, and in professional life. Because as a professional, you don't just have to behave like a professional on the pitch. It should follow you off the pitch, because the character that you present off the pitch is the same character that will follow you on the pitch if you don't be careful. So we got to begin to look at them kind of things so we don't happen to major superstars where they spend millions and millions and millions of pounds on them just because they want to make them play football, but then carry a huge chip on their back that they have to deliver. One, they are role models in society. Two, they are professional footballers. So basically, they have to do those two aspects of their private and their professional career. Now, let's just do a slight twist and bring it back to Sierra Leone in the case of Musa Tombo. Specifically, now they talk about just briefly today and see exactly what has gone wrong in his managerial structure for him to be in the position where he is right now. Like I mentioned, the Alex Ferguson scenario, he was like a father to these players. I am not saying that hasn't happened within the time where Musa Tombo be play for Eastern Lions or Borough Rangers or the official club where he been promoted initially. I don't know what club is that, but I think he became popular when he began play for Lions. Possibly, likely, I'm not too sure. I'm just saying it because that's the time. Now that's something I know for say the name Musa Tombo begin exist last year or last season. Now, during in time Eastern Lions, who don't have a manager? How was he managed? They manage him well. They actually treat him like a professional, but not just him, but were they in a professional environment where they were looked after properly? Their mental being, their physical being, their emotional being, and their professional being in terms of playing the game itself on the pitch. Do we have that structure that manages every single aspect of them particular player, the answer? Or we don't really have that structure, that's why we're ending up with what we're seeing today? Do we have a support professional network within the players themselves? Because there has been a lot of concern from Inyom particular teammates them back as well, when the complaints say they were not helping the situation. Okay, because definitely not Musa Tumbo film himself with some of the incidents they will see they make the rounds all over social media. Somebody must have filmed him. Who did? And why the person feel to say it was necessary for him to actually make that video and distribute them out to the public for see. And the video was captured on the coach. So basically, that's one incident. Do we have enough support network that will be able to protect these players when they get into difficulties like this? Do we have the network which will protect their psychological and mental being so that they're able to deal with situations then when they deal with off the pitch, we're not able to affect the game? So what are some of the mechanisms that we have as a footballing nation for bringing calm together and deal with them situations they are so and make sure say we try for mitigate things then for making it get worse? Because with the Musa Tumbo situation, this is not the first time, this is not the second time, and this is possibly not the third time as well this same incident don't happen to them. I can make a clear example of the initial early days of the Mohamed Kalong, we young boy superstar, where he been gets enforced contract for go play football in Lebanon. We all know the amount of challenges the way he face. I don't know whether you have read his book, but I don't know whether you have been in the position to talk to him personally or to have a serious discussion with him in regards to how he coped when he was playing his professional football in Lebanon. By then, he was still a young boy, still there under in parental care, but he began for left salon, for go Lebanon, for go play football. What happens there with him? Would that be a mentor? Would that be the game that encouraging words for say patients? Yeah, play football, just play the game no more, you go succeed. You're not going to give up. I mean, the culture is not the same, the language barrier is not the same, but just be a normal. You don't get cassava leaf deal, you don't get cream deal, eat anything when they give you. Because you have a professional mindset of somebody who is actually talking to you, who will be your mentor, who will be your guide, who will be your kind of handler to some extent, if I would say so. Because that particular person, now you morale booster when you're down. That's the person you call. When you are not feeling the right way, that's the person you call. When you feel they say you get in the way they distract you, now the person that they really call. Who is your confidant? That person you go for rely on. See this person. If anything meets me, who's are they? In my professional career, whether in Sierra Leone or out of Sierra Leone, that this is not my mentor, that this is not my man, that this is not my guide. Do we have that for individual players? Because sometimes we might say their agents are responsible, but do we have a professional setting in Sierra Leone that deals with that sort of structure of the players on and off the pitch? Or we still the tete? Because if I say so, now the fact say we have had a couple of players then over the years, we primarily commodity now. For example, FC Kalombi, they sell players and possibly every season within the past 10 years. The Tete, the Poboski, and a few more other names of players that we don't come out to that wing, we don't go out and play. But they had challenges. And they even began challenges with their managers, with Kalon, with other people surrounding the network, with other people surrounding the administrative sector of that particular structure. But then deal with them. Some of them come to the public, but it did not exist for that long. Because yes, crucials they happen within any kind of structure, but how you maintain and how you deal with that problem, they are the most important thing. So even though we may get challenges them in the past, but we be able to manage them challenges them where nothing was blown up to proportion. We been get contract problem, we been get signing fee problem, we been get player fee problem, we been get percentage problem, but then be still able to put things under control. It wasn't as bad as it looks right now. So with the Musa Tumbo situation, where did we went wrong with it? Is it on the professional level? Is it on and off the pitch? Is it got to do with the management structure? It gets to do with the personal being of him himself? Or it gets to do with the situation where he finds himself? So I think as people within the football family, I think it would be nice for them to go back and revisit the situation and look at where the problem started initially and see how best they can be able to resolve some of them problems going forward. Because Musa Tumbo might be one of the person that we're talking about today. It might be somebody else tomorrow. So what are the structures that we have in place for make sure, say, history doesn't repeat itself again? Because the first time it happens to Musa Tumbo, what did they do? What sort of mechanism was built around him for him to understand that you are a professional, and in your capacity as a professional and the way you perform on the pitch, you're liable to be signed by any club that is not in Sierra Leone. Any international body that has a football league might have interest over you as a player. And you are a prolific striker. What are the things that we then put in place where he missed that in first opportunity, where you say, oh, I want to go back salon because I'm able to be the way that I am? Mind you, many people have gone through the same, not being paid professionally. Some people left their hometown where they don't go and live for the past 10, 15, 20 years. They find themselves in Iceland, some find themselves in Australia, some find themselves in America, some find themselves in London, some find themselves in Germany, some France, some Belgium, some Holland. But how many of them return back, say they play school? How many of them say to them parents, me, I can't go to school? They suffer the consequences of the weather and stay there. Even though some of the Tawasi in the camp, the parents they tell them, say, you might not come more. I think so it best one for be no more. You go get used to the weather soon. And these are people that are not being paid. They travel to this country, some of them illegally, some of them legally, but still have the option to return because of the weather condition that is so different from Usa Leone for the past 20 years of their life. But still, they had people who console them. We talk to them. We say, man, for biao, na for take easy, man, for the way too close, na for the rap boku, na for the do this, na for the do that. So then, therefore, give them enough amounts of encouragement for me to be able to say, okay, I dey stay put. At some point in my life, me say, well, for go back, but guess what? January 6th, possibly, I ain't stay with the because if we don't go, because we tire, we're not able to deal with the pressure and the amount of challenges they already face as young people in the UK. Who knows? But guess what? Some people never say, me might need the canal, so you're not before. Alex say you want eat glass, but you need commodity. You go for the day first. Because some of you then tell you say, it's not a book you say you want for go land, but you want to land book go. So that was the kind of messages we had from people who we believe, people who were supporting us, people who are giving us some encouraging words. Because everybody don't get to that stage there at some point in the diaspora for say, I want to go back home. I am tired. I can't deal with this anymore. But you get somebody, a friend of a friend of a friend, we go talk to you and console you, say, me man, take it easy. Me man, you go for BNIO. So now let's take Musa Tumbo as a professional player, we then go sign you, then take you from Sierra Leone, therefore they pay you some serious amounts of euros, and then fly you to a foreign country where you never go is, where everybody they die for go, and you know just they go there, then they go treat you like a superstar, because that's what you are, a superstar. You having all the privileges of a superstar. You have your own suite, you have your own car, you have your own driver, you have your own cook, you have your own maid, you have your own everything. Who dare you thinking say, oh, I will go back salon because the place cool now? Because if not for the weather condition, then we'll pamper you. We don't play ball in winter. We don't rub grease in our body, so we pause in the sail. We know all anything and way for do. Now, these people, now that day, then they do, now they know how to preserve their skin against the weather. That's how they feel cold like a wheel. So not a magic say then they feel cold. Of course they do. If you watch now, you see some players, they get tights. Then they get tights where they go right down inside their hose. Some players, then they get gloves. These are African players. When they're able to stand the weather outside and they play. But then they prepare themselves mentally, physically, psychologically, and emotionally before they step on that pitch day. But not just them by their own, on their own, but the structure when they are around, they get them prepared for that. So the first time will go wrong, the first thing will happen with Musa Tombo, what's in the authorities in charge of football do nas alone for possibly stop that incident enough for repeating itself? We just laugh over them, take and make joke, we crack fun about it, and say, well, boy, you want to see us. If you see us, you know, we'll talk to a call, make it the camp because he plays school. But you were not better self now, like in so everybody says a lot of stuff around that particular scene or that particular issue. But how did we deal with the issue professionally? What did we do? As the FA of football in Sierra Leone, what did we do? What did the federation do for make sure that this not repeats itself again to any other player, especially back again with Musa Tombo? What did we do as a nation? What did we do as an organization? What did the Sierra Leone Football Association do? We don't know. Maybe they did something, but nobody knows. Maybe they put together some press briefing for safer. That's the issue. I haven't seen one. Maybe they did. But we got to begin ask questions. What in now some of the solutions of them problem they have so when they happen will we for put in place for making it not happen again? Because if we don't look into some of these issues properly, we dig very deep into some of these issues, then we'll be faced with the same problem over and over and over, and we won't be able to find a solution. Because the solution we're not able to find that because we haven't dealt with the issue in the first place. We're not able to investigate the issue. We're not able to try to see what's in that problem. Okay, Musa Tombo, you get this problem. What's not the problem? What's it make you not give for go? What's it make you come back? And when you come back, how you be they feel? What's not be the problem that we be the face the while she was there? Did we have some serious amounts of dialogue with this player to know exactly what's the reason for return back? That would be a question that needs to be answered, either by the FA itself or by people who have close link with Musa Tombo. Okay, now look, we'll go to the other responsibility of the other body of it to say for being responsible for some of these issues. The agents. We don't know whether Musa me, I don't know whether Musa Tombo agents anyway. I don't even know whether I get agents or not. But let's say it's got one. Yeah? And now the agents now responsible for decide on which club you get a negotiation with. The agent now responsible for negotiate your deal. The agent now responsible for even negotiate with you, the player, and tell you outrightly what's in the terms and condition of your particular contract, who side you to go play. And they also tell you what you get, your facilities, when you travel, who that you travel with, and the other things the way if you to say you necessarily need for know. If I be point blank to the point with you, and also if I protect your well-being and your interest. When I say if I protect your well-being and your interest, I mean if we're able to tell you things that will be beneficial to you. If we're able to challenge some of the options of things that we go on for do, where you know for clearly say will not benefit you at all. If we're able to make you understand, say, these are your do's and don'ts. If we're able to make you understand, say, this will benefit you and that will not. If we're able to make you understand, say, he is there to represent you in your best interest and the best interest of himself. Because if you fail as a player, he is going to fail as an agent. So the next person we have to say should be held responsible at some point to be questioned. Now the agents. What can the agents do if he gets one? When the deal backfire, what happens? They may do any form of refund payments. They may do any form of discussion for, okay, you terminate your contract, if you don't get part payment or XYZ, if it don't happen. What happens? What's not been the role of the agent at that particular point in time? If you get one, what's in the statements where the agents put out? Because most times, the agents are there to represent the players. If there's anything to do with law legalities, that the agent's defense lawyer for represents the player. If there's anything get for do with medical or mental or any kind of physio attention where the player need, sometimes the agent is also involved because the agent need to get the best medical doctor for the player. The agent need to get the best psychological doctor for the player. The agent need to get the best therapeutical doctor for the player. So the agent plays a very key role around this particular player in life. But what was the role of his agent when he get that first contract where he just demolish and talk, say, he'll go back salon because they play school? What's in have been the concern about the agents? What's in have been the response from the agents to the player? What's in have been the response from the agents to the club and the player? We did not have opportunity to listen to any of those conversations or to even read about any of those conversations. Because I don't even know who the agent will represent them in the first place. Because if it be come out in the public domain, then definitely we don't know. Okay. Now we go to the other possible fit to say for being responsible, the club where you play for. So we don't talk about the FA, the agents. Now the club where they sell them. It is in the best interest of the club for make sure, say, this particular player honor in contract, agree to in contract, and execute in contract according to what thing then they sign them for good do. Because when you sign a player from, for example, Lions or Blackpool or Republicans, we don't just go back to the Premier League. You go put down your clause. Okay, and they sell this player, but this player, what they sell and so now, I want to get an opportunity for buy and back in the next 5 years. Okay, and they sell this player to now, but this player, they only sell and so now for 2 seasons. Because I will need them back the next season. Okay, and they sell this player to now, but this player get for be championship bound or Champions League bound. I don't want to play Champions League against me team in case we clash in a Champions League. So these are some of the clauses that the club will put under the player in contracts, and the team where they buy them either agree or disagree, and then the deal will complete. But at some point, it will come to some kind middle grounds where they will agree and disagree, and then still make sure say the deal go through. So the club in responsibility now for make sure say this deal gets actioned by the player, the agents, and the club where they can buy. Because it is all of their commitments together we're going to make this deal accomplish and he accomplish well. So when the player go na the club where they don't buy them to, from the club where sell them, and then this kind of issue happen, what happens to the club? What's in the club in move? What's in the club do? What's in the club say to the player? What's in the club say to the club we can buy this particular player? What's in the club say to the agents? What's in the club say to the FA where they govern the football where they play in that particular country? Because they all have a role to play. Because if you're leaving my house and I'm giving your hand in marriage to a woman, to a man, and then something go wrong with that marriage day, all I need to ask, now the papa will give you man for marriage, or the godparents they were responsible for the marriage. Then they come to them first, but when I give this person for marriage, this thing not happen. What you don't do about that? Well, don't call them for talk to them, or don't try for solve the problem, or don't try for ask questions for know exactly what's happened. So these are all the concerns that were not raised when the first incident happened with the Musa Tombo saga. So we just sweep all things under the carpet and we act like it's fun. We act like this is so unprofessional. We act like this has got nothing to do with the football association. It's got nothing to do with the agent. It's got nothing to do with the club. It has a lot to do with the player. No. Collective responsibility. Every single section of what I mentioned so should be responsible for make sure say this deal go through and this deal continue for exist. If the deal is going to be terminated abruptly like that, every single sector where I highlight so should pay a price for that, either financially, morally, or otherwise. Because the financial constraints of what's going to happen now, that the fact say East Lions, for example, don't take $5,000 for the signing of Musa Tumbo. Musa Tumbo not go and execute in deal way, then sign them for. So he turned back home, he say no one the deal again. So what's going to happen to East Lions? East Lions, they found the money back to the club. We don't know whether that happened. We don't know the signing fee. We don't know whether that happened. We don't know how much they pay them. Now only Salon, now they will get so much secret about things that we don't even really want. We for be public domain thing there. For example, why would it be a secret for a player where you can't buy or for a player where you sign? What make you want for secret? What make you want for big you salary become a secret thing? We will know for say what you do is a professional contract. Because you want for entice other players than for come, you want for make the world know for say you are willing to buy players $50, $100, $300, $400,000, $5 million, $20 million. That's a secret down there. I don't think the international football world they keep down there like a massive big secret, because I think each and everybody where they follow Premier League know almost in the pay Premiership player them. Some, and the one that we get interest over. If you follow them, you research them, you don't know almost in the pay them. You will likely not know but the other one in because you don't get the interest. Or maybe the smaller players then. Apparently, we Liverpool best striker, they can't provoke semi small. We best striker at Liverpool, we signed for go playing at Germany. They say he chose for go Germany because he was a prolific striker, and then they pay less than player the way that they compare for deliver what thing they deliver. So he had a choice to go and gets paid better than what in Liverpool be the pay. But is that true? Yes. Is that not true? Maybe. But it is not a secret. Because you could possibly go and check the Liverpool websites or Liverpool players earning fee weekly. It will come out. And you go see and say, oh, then they pay this man 15 million a week. And then outside they go so, then they go pay him 25 million a week. You tell me whether not go there. Where you possibly there at the end of your career. Of course you will make that move. If Liverpool choose not for pay 15 million, Bayern Munich they go choose for pay 25 million, why not? It's 10 million extra. Can you imagine what 10 million extra can do in the pockets of an African player who plays in Europe? That does a lot. So basically, the comparison that they make now, why do we have so much secrecy in Sierra Leone football? Everything is secret. Is it because of the dodginess of the people who are running the game? Or is it because when you know almost particular player they play for, then sometimes you go get something against them? That's why the game doesn't grow in Sierra Leone. Because everything is secretive. So basically, if a player for gambling football, what's in for make a gambling football when they pay me 200,000? Now, I need to go for another career. Or no, I need to play football elsewhere, not in Sierra Leone. But if we clearly know, say, a player that gets 10 million a month, for example, and then he gets 2 million for match bonus, for example, for any time when you play game, and then he gets 1 million for win bonus, and he gets 200,000 for loss bonus, and he gets 500,000 for draw match. You feel say they're not going to take football seriously in Sierra Leone? Of course they will. But all things are secret. So we don't know exactly what are the dealings the way they happen at the background between the club, the agents, the players, and the people that run the football association in Sierra Leone. So these are some of the issues that we'll get for begin to look at and see why would they end up with the tragic situation of Musa Tumu when it comes to football. So we get for begin address all them single thing there so and find out exactly what in are the problem. Who are not doing in job right or who are doing in job right. But I have Boku talk. But bring can send me in. Tell me, I want to bring you in a little bit on this particular discussion. I don't talk a lot about all the protocols surrounding this particular game and the player himself. What's in your opinion about this whole Musa Tumbo saga from the onset of the first transfer deal way backfire to the one who currently they talk about so that now we are not make mention of it? Over to you.
Yeah, so T-Boy, I don't know how to begin because you don't give you so much, but you know, I kind of disagree with a lot of what you don't say so far, but I go pack down the force. One thing where I agree with you, Musa Tumbo has a problem. There's a problem around this young chap we look like say able to deal with, and nobody around are not able to deal with the issues there. So Musa Tumbo had a recent contract for go play in Libya, and he went there and he stayed a few weeks or a few days, and he complained he gunshots them, he not feel safe, and he wants to go back to Sierra Leone. Clearly, for me, for me, the running back to Sierra Leone for Ronawego Saloon not get for fix the problem Musa Tumbo gets, because as you don't kindly say, there's no support structure in Sierra Leone. We've been small, not even we've been small. There's a saying in Sierra Leone where they say, you know, in a village, in the men picking. We didn't have the professional psychologists them for help people and through them problems them, but there's always been a wider community we able to open their hand them and welcome people with problems and try for help them. And I think say in this particular instance with Musa Tumbo, I think say that structure did not be in place. I don't think say his immediate family, because you don't mention them at all. I mean at the start of the first of all, because I think say if you born Peking, if you married man, if you get nephew, niece, and you truly love them, you forsake them best interest. Personally, I don't feel say he's got a family network with the support him properly. Hence why I say running back to Sierra Leone isn't going to help. And now, if one look from the professional side of things, where you don't mention the FA, you don't mention the former club, and you don't mention the agents, and you blame them three people in there. First of all, one of the reasons why I kind of disagree with you is because you keep saying the word professional. We do not have a professional league in Sierra Leone. We do not have professional footballers in Sierra Leone because they don't pay any of them the wage of a professional. That is the problem. If we government able to identify the so they can move things forward. They can help people like Musa Tumbo. Right now we get a part-time league, if I can call on that. That means we get part-time players them. You know, these players them, they're not full-time players. They're not getting paid. They're not getting the bonuses that we did talk about. We a professional football player forget. So when we've been small footballer them, we always get other kind work them. They encourage them. Some of them in the work now bank them. Some of them have been mere security guards. Some of them they teach. You know, we as a country we get for find way for create employment for young people. Because if we don't, we go to get in conversation here so all the time. Musa Tumbo Musa Tumbo Europe can play football, complain say play school. Granny that we don't born now, so don't they associate the old 80, 90, then still they complain cold, and then they complain cold their whole life. So, you know, cold should not be an excuse. We get one saying back in Africa, we then say Yangana pain. You know that when you go there, you're gonna get some serious amounts of money and possibly look after yourself and your family for life. So you for able for take some of the stress with the car with Andy. You know, we just take all the good and you left the bad. But in Ian case, he decided that for him, the coal been too much than the money than they pay him for one reason or another. This not a dream thing for most young men them around the world, let alone Sierra Leone. Say you're bought or you're taken to go play professional football. Some people they dream for play professional football, they're not going to make you pay them safe. Some people them go and make you pay them, but not go ever dream say they go make them kind of money then they. I should say when Messi, when them born Messi, not being realized the kind of money where he go make at the tender age where they right now, or Cristiano Ronaldo, you know, or you know, some of these we hear some of these Brazilian kids them we grow up just like we people in our tongue, go school barefoot, you know, they sneak out of school for go watch football, for go play football, they get discovered, they turn into multimillionaires them, you know, and they look back in life. You know, Mohamed Kalon, you know, I wonder when he looks back in his life, what he will think, you know, some of the steps that we take, some of them are going to be difficult. But as I say, Yangana pain. And as you say, we need people them wait for able for sometimes, you know, clip them around the ear and say, me man, it might be tough for now, but when things are really tough, that means to say something you're about for break. So you're about for, you know, the good time just dig around the corner. So now for be a little bit, you know, you need people that way they put their hand around you and tell you the thing. For me, I really feel to say Musa Tumbo has an issue where I not think say he can solve himself. I not think say his family can solve it. I not think say most people in Sierra Leone can solve it. For me, the best thing for Musa Tumbo is to commit to one of them club so where they can seek in interest and pay for them for go play for them, because if he does that, the club where they buy him, then don't invest money per them. That means to say they have a duty of care for them, yeah, and for their money, because they know how make their money go to waste. They've bought this player for a certain amount of time, and sometimes when they don't buy that player, they if the transfer window don't lock, they're not going to buy player just now. So they no one see that player, they go to waste. So they will do everything in their power for encourage and for treat any ailment or any issues, for treating issues, and for encourage the player for play at in peak. You get man management. So the new manager, you know, he gets in doctor they around them, he get in physio they around them, he gets, you know, other people around them. We go try for make a new person we can at the club settle. Something and then can buy you with another player we come out in a similar background, so you get somebody with it, especially you're gonna do different cultural places and the, or then will make you come with a friend, a family member, a wife, a girlfriend, so that you're not lonely when you are in a foreign land. You get somebody, you know, there's many ways for encourage people then, but really and truly you blame the club with Selam. I don't think say the club with Selam get that much blame, because if they don't accept, say yes, will they sell you for this amount of money, then at the buying club now their own responsibility for ensure say you safe. Waiting the selling club they're responsible for, then responsible for mentor the current player them for make them not reach to the position where Musa Tumbo is so right now, because it's not good if now Eastern Lions Selam or Bo Rangers whosoever Selam can go Libya next time where Libya one player, they might not go Eastern Lands or they might not go Bo Rangers because they get a bad experience the last time. Yeah. So Musa Tumbo and Una will not look after them, have Una Dosto and Bog other person in your opportunity. Then go say the African boy so, or then Salon boy so, or then boy so we come Bo Rangers, or then boy so we come Eastern Lands. We can't trust them. We would go waste with money. So the owner of the club might say, you might like that player, coach, but I know I'm going to put in money there. The last I will put in money there, not be waste. You understand? So I think saying that day, the selling club then gets for Duna, for the current player them, for the advise them, and they treat them so that they don't fall into the same mistakes them way Musa Tumbo did. But the buying club, now irresponsible for Musa Tumbo in current state of affairs. Until then cancelling contract is their responsibility. And as if you love Musa Tumbo, or if Musa Tumbo said they listen, my advice is to commit to one of them professional clubs here, so because they will seek your interest and then will provide the right kind of help where you need for ensure say you play the best football whilst you're there.
Thank you very much, Femi. I totally agree with you. And what thing I would describe for highlights, not to the fact say they blame the institution they were called, but now the fact number say they should be held responsible at some point. Their role to be played in this particular area is paramount. Like you say before the selling, but I think also what happens if the deal backfire? What's in the own consequences for that particular thing if the deal backfire? Because if the deal backfire, it means they either get for give refund or they give past payment or something. So there should be a clause where go show say if the deal backfire and this player won't sell no honor the contract, what happens to them? Go on, Femi.
Well, if you don't buy something, you don't buy. Unfortunately, if you buy something, the team you get amount of time for refund the thing. I believe, say in this case, most probably then we'll go to CAF or then we'll go to FIFA for go SIDOM and settle the case. There was a similar case. Well, actually, not similar. There was a case in the UK a few years ago where an English club or British club buy a player from, I think it's in a French club. And the player don't sign all team for them. Yeah, so it's now the British club then player. He jump on a plane, they can England for can do a medical, the plane crash and he die.
I remember that like Brazilian player.
Recently, the case done because the case in a court for a while because the English club no agree pay the French club because they say they don't actually ever receive the player. But recently, the jury go against the British club and say no, get for pay because he been on sign in contract. So technically, he don't sign a contract. He gets a contract with una player. Yes, he no rich. He jump na plane, he no rich, but that not to the club, not to the problem of the club with sell him because the transaction been undone. And in Musa Tumbo in case, although it's slightly different, the transaction done. So they might go argue the case and say blah blah blah. But if anything, if the Salon Club no return the money and not think say na boku fools. But most of them money as T-boy, Panem footballers, so they never cash in hand. They pay all the money up front. So until then we don't give them 25% this, then we'll get some clause we go say in 6 months we go give na this other money and then next year we're gonna give na this other money. Usually in a certain case and so even when they play in Europe we then buy 70-80 million, something na 20 million no more than don't pay up front. Something the balance 60 million over is a space of time. So you get all that, but most probably that case then we also go na court. But for me, for Musa Tumbo and for Sierra Leone, it's not a good picture. Because I think this is his third club where he don't do so. So I think he goes Sweden first. He say Kolkecham. Then in also Norway. Usa he go second. Another Scandinavian country back he complain and he go tongue. Now he don't go Libya. He don't complain. He go tongue. So eventually people will stop trusting you and stop putting money on you. And as I say, not for just him. Now for all the other thousands and possibly millions of young Sierra Leoneans who want to play professional football, this might tarnish their opportunity.
I totally agree with you. The side where you make mention of the contract. I think the contract side, I think the player we make mention are two different contracts, aren't they? Because the player, yes, they're en route for come at the new club, wig accident. So, basically they down to the player. It was a tragic accident. But in the Musa Tumbo situation, it's a contract that was void based on negligence of either the player or something else. So basically, I think, like you say, they will have to discuss it whether in court or wherever it might be, but the club will be able for give some amount of refund to the particular contract, because based on the fact that the contract not to the club terminate them, now the player, even though the player don't go, but start for play, I think there should be some amount of discussion on that anyway. But that's fine. I think we will come back to the Musa Tumbo situation later on, and we will see how we go for discuss a bit more possibly towards the end of what really happened on this particular last contract we get for this Libyan club. But in the meantime, I want for Liquid now slightly switch into the other burning issue. Then we have to say the affect we in Sierra Leone, we now the registration process for the next election, we can 2023. But before I go to that topic, the serious one, I want for introduce me host, when Muhammadu Juma Ba. But before he come, he been promised to do one song today. And I'm not ready for sing the song. And I will don't tell Femi say, I need to introduce Juma without sing that song. Then. We don't practice the song this afternoon. We practice the song. The make you understand. So when you ready for tell viewers them, Kushe and Kabo, you either start with the song or we don't say Kushe and Kabo done. You can start the song, then we will continue for support you with the song. So over to you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, T-Boy. Thank you, Femi. And hello and good evening to we guests them and we viewers them. Happy to be with you again today. T-Boy then been sent me on errand, obviously, as usual. I mean, not them boy, so I just come back, I come out of court. Now you don't make a draw blanks now. No, I don't even remember the song again. Yeah. Now I remember. But let's start out for me now.
How would I start out for you? Like you just start the song. So we ready for start the song.
I try to remember the beginning of this song here. So they say, "Oh, that married way they not call you.
No go there.
That married way they not call you.
No go there. Oh
yando. Dirty boy you.
Clean boy you.
Oh yando. Dirty boy you. Clean boy you. Famulona, welcome. That's my intro. We always can get with icebreakers, but as we talk, something then you need call name, you need talk nothing. Now this we can say, we won't say thing, we just observe. T-Boy, I don't know if you're okay for that. Just go back briefly to that end part where I'm meeting now the Musa Tumbo issue.
Sure, why not? Definitely you can.
Yeah, me not get much details, but I talk about club for refund, the Libyan club and stuff. But Musa Tumbo went on free transfer, and that's first we need for establish. So he not go under any club because Bo Rangers be done terminating contract.
Okay.
So he go on his own. So now him and a manager or an agent now them get liability to the club. That's that based on what he may understand on record. But the other thing I want to understand, has his contract been terminated? Because what we see, the notes from the club say Musa Tumbo is going on a short vacation and he will be coming back after a few weeks.
Well, I don't know whether the contract has been terminated, but I'm not sure because if they terminate the contract, apparently he should have been in Sierra Leone for the past couple of days, but I'm quite surprised that he is still in Libya. So right. I don't know what has changed. Maybe
so they say he's going on vacation to his home country and then he'll be coming back after a few weeks on a short vacation. That's what I saw. I don't know whether that was correct or not, but, just for put the record straight. The reason they say this, because you see the way how we handle things in our country, not so based on things that we for help people in every aspect. Now for the rumors we don't I don't know if not true, whether you don't confirm them, say Slafa they suspend them or something.
Well, I saw the press release. SLFA don't ban them from all footballing activities until further notice.
So why then ban them? That is the thing we have to ask. Firstly, secondly, waiting now the reason that we make them ban them. And is it the same situation that we see now we country where something happened before we try to understand the background behind it? We take the most drastic action first. So we act before we even think, before we even understand what happened. So I just asked them question. I don't know details. Yes, Femi.
Well, like I said earlier on, enough of research going back should be watching the SLFA for do and investigate the situation thoroughly. Because I think personally, they haven't done due diligence to the first issue the second one, and even this one. So to me,
no, the third one, and even this is the fourth issue.
Well, yeah. So to me, I think therefore actually go back and review the whole situation, how it happens the first time, what thing they do about it. Again, I had the two ability for highlight earlier on. But go on, Femi.
So guys, it's Juma, thanks for clearing that. See, he was a free transfer. Thank you. Juma, if you sign a contract, you're bound by that contract.
Correct.
You know, the sad thing is the country where we come out, me and you not get time for go sit down at court. But in other country them, if you decide say the contract will get you know abide by them, then can be put you on a bench as a footballer, or just get you for train with the children, the kids, and they not go play you, but they not go sell you. You know, if the club decides then they canceling contract, then they not accept the losses. But me don't know if SLFA get the rights for ban them, for suspend them or not. But what I go say is, I'll give an example to George Michael, the musician, where George Michael gets a problem with Sony Records, and he thinks say Sony then they staunching growth because they want make it they do picky music then still, and he been say some big man he want change the kind of music way they do. Then go to court, where the court rule in favor of Sony because he had a contract. What happened? George Michael not make music for 5-6 years. He was banned from making music. So I'm not saying that Musa Tumbo should be banned, but what I'm saying is I should say people away smart past me or you might so look at what to do next. And as I say, for me, for Sierra Leone, it's not a good picture. If you say this are the fourth occasion we don't do something like this, then clearly
something like this don't happen.
So clearly there's a problem.
Correct.
Clearly there's a problem that needs to be dealt with. Yeah.
Right.
And sometimes banning them will not solve the problem, but sometimes stopping them for play football, and whilst they do so, if they're able to get them support for find out which are the issues them way they get and for deal with them, that might not be too bad a problem either. On the lighter notes, some of we watch one film with they call Cool Runnings. Cool Runnings, one guy winning Sanka come out Jamaica, then go, I don't remember, I think in Canada, then go for go ride bobsleigh for Jamaica at the Olympics, and then go meet snow day. There was no snow in Jamaica. Then when they see snow, the plane land, the airports do not open, then go na treat, the Colway bang Sanka go back inside. He empty in one old bag of clothes. He wear the bag na 8 in Canada because of the cold. But on all serious notes, if you're cold, wrap up warm. We don't know the night, so we cold come with the wear jackets, with the wear almost close. As T-Boy say, people around him should be responsible enough for advice him waiting for do. Opportunity come but once. It don't come for him.
And so Sana been say na no more don't beat that record there for little opportunity come full time. So Femi, I understand exactly what you say, and you're absolutely right. If you don't agree on something, you get for make sure say you carry on with your own part of the bargain. My point is Slafa, Musa Tumbo right now, as he stand, if in all honoring contracts na Libya, any in the Libyan team part company, he decide for comeback salon, he not get club because his contract was terminated by Bo Rangers. So my point is for Les Slafa decide for suspender on what grounds, because Slafa no get no issue, right? Because if them get issue first, they not even come out salon and go yonder for go play. Okay, so they have no issue. The way they get to now the way how the reason why Cookie make decisions. Now I get problem. And I'm not trying to say anything, but if that is the case, is it possible that because Babadi, now the chairman for Slafa, right? Is that possibly a reason? And Babadi now in terminating contract and Babadi don't about. In fact, if Usai Ethics Day, now Slafa, now Babadi Slafa for investigate, now in there for even suspend right now because he label Musa Tombo as autistic, where he not qualify for do that. Ethically, you do not label people, you don't call them names. It's just like if somebody go on a pitch, they go call somebody, say monkey. You know, say no to monkey. Who's proof for you saying a monkey? You'll be suspended, you'll be banned, or be investigated for something. So for let Babadi come out and go call Musa Tombo, say you are autistic, he writes him, you're not qualified in any shape or form. So he should be suspended, investigated, but is it the other way around for sure? Say I get power past you. We go show you say you know go play ball now so again because sometimes they feel say okay Musa Tombo they bind. So if that is the case, then they give him more reason for try for understand what thing did not happen before with the other issues. Then I'm just one left and Tiboy then we'll go move on after you.
Well, I kind of agree with what you're saying because initially yes. You don't make a professional judgment on somebody or on something where you are not qualified to make such statements. So in terms of whether the SLFA is right to suspend Musa Tombo, I don't know why. Like you say, we'll the try for find out the reason behind it, but I saw the press release this afternoon. So basically, the press release states say he's been suspended until further notice. And like you say, he hasn't got any problem with the FA, in problem with the Bo Rangers management structure. But I think apart from the the termination of Bo Rangers in contract to Musa Tombo, it was the end of the league season. So basically, he not get contract anymore. And he hasn't signed a new contract with Bo Rangers. So basically, we don't know if he's a Bo Rangers player. But like you clearly say, is it a message of control? Babadi Naya, the chairman for Bo Rangers, you say he is the president of
team manager. He's the team manager for
SLFA. Well, I don't know whether he go use that particular influence there for make the ban Musa Tombo, or suspend him. But it is likely possible to say yes, he might have influenced it. But again, we don't know whether he is behind it, so we cannot just say yes, it is.
No, I'm not saying he is. I just say
by right, I think he should be questioned for the statements that he made against the player for say the player is autistic. Again, you not get a medical background for label the player that way. Because if you label a player to be autistic, that means you have signed that player off professional football.
Correct.
It means his mental state is not up to standard for him to perform. But anyway, we'll wait and see what's going to be the outcome or the reason behind the SLFA suspension. Over to you, Femi.
Okay, guys, what if this club na Libya petition say Slafa and say we're not happy to na player, he gets a contact with we want me kuna hold him from playing football for that club because he gets a contract with me. What if that is the case, Juma?
Well, again, that's another thing. But what we hear the statement, the public statement from Al Ittihad, say Musa Tombo, they not disassociate themselves with him, that he's still their player. Because if they say Musa Tombo is going on a short vacation to his home country and he'll be returning after a few weeks. So until then come out publicly and tell we say we're not happy and these are the measures where we want for Leonatic because this player they on free transfer, that's a whole different ball game. So I don't want follow assume on the basis of waiting not exist. They'll look at waiting exist. We know say Musa Tombo, now Al Ittihad they play for. Musa Tombo, Bo Rangers has been terminating contracts. Musa Tombo, they on free transfer, not get club right now. Musa Tombo, based on waiting Al Ittihad say, they go on vacation in home country. So now that basis that I'll look at and force. There is a fact that Babadi is unhappy with Musa Tombo, so it terminates in contract. Babadi is unhappy with Musa Tombo. He go publicly and blackmail him and call her names that he's autistic. We not get right for do that. For me, that these are my issues when me get. But
okay, I think what you're saying is correct, but also when you look at the Babadi and the Musa Tombo and in club situation, Musa Tombo was meant to be going back to Freetown way back since Sunday, if I can clearly say so. And today is Wednesday. Yeah. And when they talk about the level of discussion to be surrounded that particular player in mental state, in physical state, in emotional state, maybe, just maybe, they are possibly making some kind of headwaves in that. Because if he was meant to be going back way back on Sunday, now 4 days don't cancel. Even you read the rumor say self again, they go. Sometime, as Femi clearly say, the club don't begin look at the area of actually dealing with the player in well-being first. Because professionally, like Femi say, is their duty. But I also think it's the duty of everybody surrounding him to be able to put him in a very positive state of mind for making him move or play. Sometimes watching a highlight earlier on say maybe he hasn't got a role model or some mentor or somebody when a handler for making able for deal with the situation there. So now he not be able for get solution over the past couple of times that happen. But this time around, it seems to be possibly, then they're able for begin walk around down for me to understand. Because I'll give you another difficult player. Balotelli, now one player we gets a very difficult background in football.
And in the demonstrator at the pitch.
Thank you. From being a child. Exactly. From being a child, abused, been called names. And guess what? He able to play for Italy.
He play for Italy. He play for top clubs na the world.
Don't forget the top clubs. Don't forget the top clubs then. Let's use specifically Italy with a player of in-kind caliber, in attitude on and off the pitch. He is everything that you might not want for a player. I have seen him several times on the pitch, even fighting his own teammate.
Thank you very much. He go take the ball, he whap somebody, he go do one stupid thing for just no more let him
They manage him well.
The manager warned me beg. I said, do you have big way to go inside? So a big put up your best behavior. Just they say as you go inside 2 minutes. Now I go bash somebody, then get red card. Come on, I do.
What's in the way Cancel and not do on and off the pitch? What's in the way your best not do on and off the pitch? What's in the way
get controversial? Would have been the way get controversial issue reach Obi Mikel where he come for buy and sell.
Thank you.
Remember that? Yeah. That was controversial. Tibo, you know what me they suspect with this? No. I might be wrong. Okay. The initial thing where them foil was a contract or an opportunity for go to Kaiser Chef, right?
South Africa.
South Africa. Yeah. We read a rumor there, people then deny, say there was nothing like that existing. However, the agent, the person who claims saying Musa Tombo agent, confirmed, say there was a deal and that deal they be more lucrative. Okay? And the agent talk something. He say, don't mix politics with football. He said, now that they go kill salon football. This is not the agent who based on possibly waiting and tell him. That's one. However, when Musa Tombo go Al Ittihad so, even when we brandish knife and everything we'll see, we see Kaiser Chef still show interest to the Al Ittihad. Even when they don't make so all, okay? Then Al Ittihad say, no, we've paid 150,000 or 200,000, so we need 500,000 for this player because in value don't go up as far as they're concerned. Okay? So possibly it is a situation wherein Musa Tombo, a manager, don't tell us, say, okay, go no more, I will still strike that deal for you with Kaiser Chef, go home, possibly we will pay the wire off, or Kaiser Chef and Alitia, they never talk behind the scenes. Maybe not 500,000, but maybe Kaiser Chef go for pay 300,000. So then cut the loss and at least make something out of it. That is a possibility. Or it's a possibility to say Alitia don't give up. Now the agents still they persuade Kaiser Chef for able for take Musa Tumbo, and certain people na Slafa don't see an opportunity. Say now one of two things. Either we eat spend that money there, or we blackmail you where you not go able for play football ever. So we all losses. It impossible say we sabi we don't see things then they happen. It impossible say then don't suspend them. Now you get for go Butuna Bo Rangers then foot to Babadi and beg and say you know me papa, you know more able for take care of me. Then Babadi, the good Samaritan, all right, you know me picking bad bush not there for three bad picking prodigal son. We they take you back na Bo Rangers, so then sell her now to Kaiser Chef, then self makes more money. There are lots of conspiracy theories that will go through na yaso, but they talk this based on what me don't see. Na salon. Then the old people then go lock them at Pademba Road for no reason, just because they want like come between one person footy big and the law not go far. The Inspector General of Police then. The old people them wait and say they riot. Now then tell them so na can't go to the police station, they go give una pass.
Yeah, they woman
yeah? Yeah, they woman there. Then they all them carry and go. Okay, they're not being there no reason for all them. Now morning what you see. We saw a video, the Inspector General of Police car, the people hey papa they are big. They say you see they don't beg now, and not be supposed for the year, so because una woman them, well, are they sorry for una? That can be the same situation with Musa too.
Well, you might be playing more than a devil's advocate, but again, at the same time, you might be correct in some areas, but again, at the same time, it is open to discussion. But I will not diffuse any of the options the way you don't put on the table, because any one of those options might be possible. But anyway, let's leave that for another discussion. Because if we say we dwell on that right now, it go stretch beyond reality. But I'm quite shocked for you say the agents make mention say don't mix football with politics, and there should be a lot behind that statement that we haven't heard from him. And just now think whether it might be a coincidence of a scenario in regards to Tumbo, the player himself, and things that we associated around them. Maybe likely. But I'm amazed that Musa Tumbo have an opportunity to have an agent that is not a Sierra Leonean. Am I correct?
He's a non-Sierra Leonean, yeah. Okay,
so basically I'm really quite surprised at that, because I don't know how that came about. You can find for Lake Forcing investigate that a little bit more. But anyway, let's move on. And let's move on to the next topic. We get for the electoral commission registration process in Sierra Leone, and the challenges then we don't face with since it starts. Is it 4th of September, right? 3rd of September. And the challenges then plenty. The new ones then we don't begin come across now. The fact say now you get for clarify your birth certificate, because there is one specific birth certificate that the registrars are requesting for, and you also then they make certain clarification, then get for make clarification with age differences and all that stuff. And then you also, people have been cautioned, like religious elders them, where then they highlight, say, well, I have possibly identified this amount of people, and it looked like for saying me stop landing for the day. I shouldn't go beyond that. Again, if there are more people, then also the massive challenge still there around the first-time voters. Then we still able to get some kind of resolution around that. And also, there is a huge concern now with the budgeting of this particular process of how the fund has been used or hasn't been used at all. in terms of purchasing all the necessary materials that were needed for the purpose of the registration. So Juma, what do you know so far about what's in the updates of all the highlighted stuff that we are on highlight in regards to the registration process since it starts on the 4th of from the 3rd of September? Over to you.
Well, thank you, T-Boy. I think, waiting they happen.
You are officially hand over the program back to you. Do you mind?
No. Right. I think the registration process really go on is unfortunate for Sierra Leone that at this day and age we still for the experience then kind of issue there. And for me, as far as I'm concerned, whether you like it or not, I say these are deliberate acts and deliberate actions them just for suffer the people of Sierra Leone and for undermine the democratic process. The reason I make they say that because me believe say if I want to do something today, the same thing what I do yesterday, 5 years ago, I get for look at waiting being work fine. You understand? The last time the way we do them, because that's for be you benchmark first. Say, okay, at worst case scenario, we not for go below waiting we don't work. We aim now for surpass that and make them excellent than waiting we don't be. We set new benchmark, new best practices for other 10. That's now 1. 2, you look at other countries them around you and see waiting them do, because not to Salon no more they get elections, not to Salon no more they register. Waiting other countries they way similar to you they do where they work for them. Now the same situation. Because they put you under as an expert. Because you get for know your country, not to just for make law. The law where they make, now law where supposed for help people for make their life easy, not to for make things difficult for people. If they adopt a process, now a process where go be user friendly, where go be easy, where people able for relate to, because then say democracy now for the people, by the people, right? And for the people as well. And the electoral process, what did they say? Then say this now the people's election, now the people's voter registration. You will say people's census. You call them people's census, but you eliminate a whole lot of people who for benefit from that because you wanted to prove a point. So that's where they got it wrong in the first place. Now, because of that deliberate problem we then create, they want try for cover for it. So then they create all the half issue. I come back to the same Musa Tumbo thing. Let us show now say now we get the power. We will get the power. Now we they decide waiting for happen. Whether you let come or not, it left by you. Because if you get government ministers, people where now civil servants, people were supposed to serve the country say, I have registered so I can vote for President Madabiu. You use your voter registration for campaign. That tells a lot for us. So if you're a member of parliament, you already don't go register, you say that kind of thing there. Whose assurance where you go give me T-Boy say, that member of parliament, if they can go lawyer and for go discuss, for go change things, he will do it in the interest of the people and not in the interest of the person they support. That's one thing for us. So the whole process, everything where they do is deliberate. You, T-Boy, familiar with NACRA, right?
Yeah.
Because you were commissioned to do a job for them how many years ago?
About 8 years ago, if I can remember.
8 years ago, right? You did a job for them. You yourself identify problems there. The person where sit on the chief executive director and NACRA, where sit on the. If they tell and say, not to, I know you say use the privileges so, but let it go through the process where in create for let able for register. Like, we not get no influence. The law where it make clear follow that law, it not go agree.
Of course, I agree.
You not go do them.
Yeah.
So for that reason, then they make you go create unless they don't tell us say you don't sabi salon. Almost people get bad certificate and salon.
Well, I would say 60% don't have. And I get the reason why they say 60% don't have. Because you get people that in the born with the no forget say Salono to free tongue.
Thank you.
Because now that people and always think say
the first question, almost people will get birth certificate. The second question, almost people will get original birth certificate. Yes.
So I witnessed for seeing original birth certificate about 10 years ago.
No, I get me on a long one. So
now we know
Arabic pen and take writer. Then you don't champ. I don't paste all that.
How come she get a long one? You're not supposed to get a long one. Day.
Why not?
Let's let me answer
the And I don't go watch now births and death. Mr. Sef go there. I go find the book. Insai Ide. I go now. Mr. Sef I go watch us. Okay, and the page this the page number there. Yes, Femi, go ahead.
So, guys, on that note, today on birth certificates, you know that long one,
yeah,
that long one with them in the git ready.
Mm-hmm.
Not all man name they pan that long one do.
True.
But who picking them in a born when are them parents and name they didn't have the birth certificate and the name not did it.
Yep.
I don't know if I can guess the reason because I don't know officially why that is, but I get a feeling say for we anyway then create them. If you born a hospital, which most of we been born a cottage, they not they give you name that very ministry with them born you.
That's the reason because
so when they issue the birth certificates, name not they did it. So now your parents and name they did it because we always said and when them pull we na do and give you host name. That thing you don't come hospital, you don't come house because we get the same money when they take you, then go show you treats, then show you church, then show you post office again. Then show you all the side, then show you school, so you get for go. So that the pull na those same money will be get. Yeah. Then after that, after several months, then christen you. They give you a Christian name. So technically, when you're born, they're not going to get name for you for putting a birth certificate. So beaucoup people and they, as alone we born, we from the Creole side, if I can talk about that day, we not get name. And sometimes that the reason that they why make some of them not get name. So if you get all them people and they will not get name na them birth certificates, how can you produce a birth certificate for evidence for your registration? That's the question I have for you, Juma.
Well, that's a question, but again, I don't know. Now in the case of the United States, yeah, where you born, now you parents then last name, then they give you baby Duba, baby Palmer. You understand? Until they're ready for give you birth certificate, they ask when I don't get name for the pikin. If when I don't get name, then give you this slip. Either if you born in a hospital, where so all man they born in a hospital, or you'll be registered. Your births will be registered one way or the other. And it's a standard thing. Okay. So I believe in those days, if I want for equator, would have been the same thing, wherein the first one then they give you, but you can go update them with, the same one. That's possible, say that can be a situation. But your point's correct. And that they come in line. So imagine you were born in a hospital. If you're not able to forget birth certificate where they carry your name. What about the person where not born in a hospital, the person where in birth not registered in the country? Because a lot of people, they only go to hospital where they're severely sick. And born at us, then the mommy where they come, they can't take care of them and all of those kind of things. They do that. Then do them pull now do everything. All man carry on with your life. The only time where them will go to hospital, for go get birth certificate now, if the school request for that. If the school request for that. So if you find out first step where you go to school, wait till you do you know you just a duty boy. For find out say you don't reach the age for go school.
Juma, me I not go through that process there.
Okay, so then they ask you for put you on. The moment you're able to touch yes, now the measurement at the time, say, if you see able to pass you and you touch yes, so means say you don't reach the age for go school. When are possibly 6 years now. So then they use them. Whether I correct or not, but that was the mechanism they used. Why? Because of the same reason where Femi mentioned. So sometimes your family born you, they're not sabi actual birthday. So because of that, then they want proof at least. Then they do their own due diligence for say, yeah, this it don't grow enough able for understand, for talk, for potty train, able for do this means they don't reach the age for can school. So imagine all them people in there. They come insist that I'll bet you the electoral commissioner not get original birth certificate. Now they bite
the way you get for answer.
But they bite you back, say the president of the country not get original birth certificate.
Yeah.
Yes, now they bite you back. And I'll tell you this when they say that, because if you tell say it come return the first time we reach return in 1980. And we know first them who then get opportunity for get birth certificate.
Well, I go say
original. I'm not saying not get birth certificate. I say original birth certificate.
Okay, well, how do they certify original and duplicate birth certificates?
Wait till you self say now. So you birth certificate now. Wait till not to that long one.
No, but that not original then. What's not the original now?
Well, we say president, but president I believe say big for we all now. So if we get beyond that certificate, that long one, waiting to be the birth certificate to be the existence. In as much as a big for we, I shall say we all there within a decade, 10 years, kind of 10, 15, not more than 10, 15 years. So we want for say waiting me don't they exist during the time, now we don't they exist before them.
And then you continue to exist whilst we were born.
Up until possibly the 80s.
No,
up until the 80s. The reason why I say that because my younger brother said now that same birth certificates they get.
Okay.
And in the 80s. So if
that one is down to question mark, because not forget say we don't get 20-year civil war. We make a lot of people and all lost personal documentation and we
thank you very much. That is another thing.
So you might not expect anybody to forget in personal original birth certificates possibly to date. And the other funny thing now, the verification of the birth certificates is based on words. Because again, we can issue you a new birth certificate. Like this country, you're gonna any register, you get your birth certificate any other way you want anyway.
Correct. Yeah.
But what is the authentication of the birth certificates we then gets discrepancy on is what I want to know. Is it because of the color coding, or is it because of the signature, or the time the certificate was issued? Is it because now early issuing certificates until 2 or 3 days or 1 week ago they issue? And what are some of the criteria where they make you birth certificates?
So it's been disqualified by now the question them where they're supposed to ask before then they make them laws then they now EU they ask so. You understand? Waiting go make them easy for the least person for able to work we don't reach the age for able for qualify. Yes, Femi.
Juma, this is not we first election.
No.
So we for done.
This is the fifth election since 1996.
So before this, there were ways for register people.
Thank you.
So my question is, why change the and they can bring in something we're so complicated? We, as you see, certain people within our government are not going to name them like how you name them. Then say not get original birth certificate. If Usai Tsude for talk, then say not get original birth certificate. So how they expect see the electorate go get then original birth certificate. This country they also in England, there's so many people who will not get passports.
Correct. We know when they get passports.
We know when they get passports, yeah? And we see down there with the Windrush disaster, where you get them people all the reason why some people realize say they were living here illegally now because they try for travel. Some actually travel out of the country, when they come back, that's when they realize where they stop them about and say, why they come England for? They say, na England are born, or na England don't they for more 06. That's when they realize there's so many people on the east side of the world will not get some of them documentation there so. But guess what? There's ways around everything. There's structures in place where they no say you no get passport, you get birth certificate. You no get birth certificate, you get electricity bill. If you no get electricity bill, you know you go get somebody they can vouch for you. And then people and they will say you priest, you reverend, you imam, you doctor, you teacher. There's a long list of people that will go vouch for you where then they call affidavit. So we can get down they say I sabi this person, I don't sabi am for so long, and sometimes you party safe. As long as you party get some kind of work and your party is registered, that person can vouch for you. So for me, it's incredible. Say we know say putting them here so in front of them people also go create a problem, and they now put other means them for making people also register. Except if you and tell me say they not done deliberately because they not want them for register.
For me, that's the only explanation I have. When you talk about this birth certificate thing, listen, possibly not connected, but just for let you know how the world they look at things, so they know they make things difficult. When I was in Sierra Leone long years ago at the work there was a guy, okay? He was born in Canada, a Salon boy, but in Canada he born, okay? But he was not able to go back to Canada because, getting birth certificate. Okay, for sure, say, they Salombo boy, they na area, then they look so somebody can meet me, say, we have this problem, during the war, we want this guy to see at least if he's able to go back, possibly it will go better in life. He left this kind life ways until he don't begin live, so I'm not going to go deep into waiting. Okay, so me boss then, I go meet, I explain, tell him the issue. My boss consult a few other Canadian experts within the country. Okay? What's happen? They ask him if he able for show in mama and papa in name, if they're able for member whose hospital he born. You understand? What's it called? Those were the three information: the day where he born, in mama and papa, and the hospital where he born. So we're able to get that information. We email them to the Canadian embassy where they closer to Salon, because then they're not being the office now, Salon be the supervised Salon. We send them, they facilitated, and he was able to get his birth certificate. They not say, can I also pass to come for you first, whether you're the right person or not. You understand? These are persons were born, they not meant they were able to issue that person his birth certificate, and he able for user for travel go Canada back. How many people when they lost their document and it was simple ways than they? But if you can't create a process. Yes, you want for let all man be registered, let all man get national identification number, but they use them alongside something very important like this. Now that is my point. The election process is a completely different process, voter registration. If you want to use that to benefit other things for save money, then find another way for making it simple for people. I used to have a national ID card, but my national ID card expired. I wanted to go renew it, and what did they say? Oh, we know they issue national ID card right now. The machine don't work. Was that my fault?
So it means you can't do nothing with your ID card because they need to issue right now because the machine don't work.
Right. So I carry my expired national ID card just for proof. Say I used to have one. All my old passport them, I still get them. Just for let us not can say, oh, now fake go fake camera, because you see the trend. My birth certificate, the date of birth not go change. My face not go change. You understand? You go say I get wrinkles. That's all, but the futures then are the same. Simple thing like that. But you go make people their life difficult. You spend money, you waste the money. For do it now, for God's sake.
Okay, so in terms of the new voters registration, how is that one going? Because we still not say they get challenges them facing that. They don't give them preference now for make them register alongside, even though they are first-time voters. Then they discriminate and still say them for wait after the first batch they don't register, and then they can't register them. What is the take on them for now?
See, still, they said they try to fix the problem, but that has been the report so far, that they're still turning people away. And even when parents then go with them, parents then go with them, go identify, say, this na me own picking, like how Femi say earlier. You understand? I me born me picking. Who that they will know the way born in picking age past their born. Even if you not be called the year, the month, it go tell you say that same way that big breeze been blow. You go no say now stem. Now around 1970 or 1977, right? They will tell you say now that same way they strike, that no school, no college. So during the war, that is how we used to trace people. You understand? Who side and come on. The national tracing and reunification process. Because
I just go on for asking, how unable for identify some of the astray picking and we've been there now the streets when the war don't broke out and in particular because now do that kind of identification and they mobilize and push people in back now the rights community. How are we able for doing cases then they?
So with that thing and you firstly you understand say people able to explain. Salon person able for explain but able for write and wrong. You give oral account of anything we remember. What you try for trace first enforce side way a separate within family. Now therefore, if you're able to get them up to that point there, then you begin asking a question. It must tell you if you not sabi mama name, you sabi papa name. But if you ask her whose village you come out, waiting and they talk there, it must talk one of the Salon dialects then first. That's if you not sabi talk Creole at all. So right. You're able to say, okay, there's a likelihood say this person a common akono. So you don't begin narrow first. So when they take them, they can go na a transition center where they na kono. So when they begin trace and I begin trace and from yonder, then they ask the beginning and say, okay, draw. You're not able to draw perfectly, but you're able to explain. Say near we host cotton tree bin day. Near we host na they the well bin day. Near we host na they so. So they begin give you landmarks of things them. So now so they begin to narrow. You begin to push in them. It's not easy, but if you are dedicated and you want to do it, it will work in Sierra Leone.
Okay, so because the reason we can ask you that question, now that we now don't go through that day on a regular basis, for so we don't get consistent break in wars, so we know the practice, right? We haven't been into that situation. We only don't get the long-standing war, we end, we repatriate, we relocate, and gets people back into their ideal location outside and non-displaced from originally. So, but this now, we have had like 5 consistent general elections. Yep. And over the past 5, which is 25 years down the line, we don't conduct registration. So what make this one for be so extremely difficult than the 4 them or the 5 one them all around put together when at the same process but improved process from the last one, improves to the last one, improved from the so we don't get 5 improved systems for registration, why we still get massive serious challenge at this particular one.
Yeah, Femi, go ahead.
Personally, I think see na the too much sabi. I think see the book don't go the aid. You know, really and truly, as you say, we get processes them, or we don't get processes them who don't use for the last 4 election. Even the election we bring this current administration kind of power. So if they want change them, I am saying that now because they think that they can, they've got the money to do it, and most probably their money then they have been misused. So they would ever pay for that process. Either they pull their hundreds of millions of leons them, or thousands of billions of leons them, or thousands of millions of dollars them. Whoever then pull their money, then they are sure say there's no accountability for how they spend their money then they. And right now the process is so complicated that you can't actually trace the money. You know, say where emergency happen, that's in you throw money at the problem. So right now where all this kata they be, it's easy for them for turn around to the donor and say their money then they will not be able to account for now because we've been get for deal with this emergency situation, with the problem with the machine, then this and that day, we threw more money at the problem for fix the problem so that people will get chance of vote, and then the money lost at the system. That's what I personally think. I think say the money where it came initially, it was misused, and people then share between themselves and then put small money that the for deal with which it's supposed to deal with. So if now, let's say for example, $20 million, then the money for this registration, I bet you say something at $2 million then spend Panam, the balance 18 going inside some man in pockets. But that's my belief, because as I said the other week, computers can't be so wrong. Yeah, one computer go fail, 2 or 3 go fail. For say all the computer then they fail, that means to say the programming is wrong. Would I ever program the whole system fail? Would I ever buy the computer they not buy the right spec? Would I them, you know, there's many issues then we will get for look at, and you get for stem back to the original people them we get the contract and decide which and they do that contract. I think say Juma don't they say then they do it willfully, and most probably that is the case. Then they do it willfully for make sure say people get frustrated. I have a friend who's in town right now. We go vote, and the center where they vote for all the time, then say you don't time not carry it for vote, and that means to say any in holiday or in period where go salon for they can't done before in time. So literally, as T-Boy in Sierra Leone wasted money, he go to for go vote, for go register for votes. Now pass again for sacrifice and stay on longer and lost more days at work, you know, in the country where he come out. So it's not really fair. The whole process has a problem, and then people has not even admitted and get problem with before that say then they try for fix them.
All right. So you're absolutely right, Femi, because and me still stand by say now by willful and the drum it's deliberate, and because of some of the reasons that we mentioned, because Salon which we don't learn where they organize chaos day, now there's some people they become millionaire. Okay, so they create it for it difficult, so then go justify why they spend all the money for useless process. Simple. That's one thing. 2, then do for possibly things say then go all then competitors or opponents to ransom and disadvantage them so they will get an edge. But this is the mistake. If we can go back to the elections, the president now, before result they come out, he was interviewed, right? Yeah. And they asked him, do you trust the Electoral Commission, National Electoral Commission at then? Okay? He said not trust the process, you understand? And in no for say then go on for rig, then go on for do this and that. But if anything less than a winning for him, then no go agree. Okay? But he ended up winning, right? He was not in control. Now APC been there in control, but he ended up winning. Whose assurance then get say if they try to manipulate the process now, whichever kind way, let's say now 5 people registered, whose assurance then get say 5 people, 3 out of 5 go vote for them for let them win? They don't have that. So why they continue for limited chance? Because this one a blatant one now say no, you don't want the process to work like you say. If it's not broken, why fix it? You want to bring something to make it better, not to make it worse than what it used to be 25 years ago. Even when we were doing war, we did not experience what we're experiencing today in terms of registration. 5 years later, 10 years, 20 years later, we still not experience that past una the tower back. And what make us say it's deliberate, because there is no harm. Let's say, like Tibabi asked earlier, you say, why make it difficult now? Possibly, let's say, for argument's sake, there are new challenges will not be exist then. Well, now make us say, Lord, assume. Becoming us here.
I'm not like we assume for something we possibly don't see. So if we don't experience new challenges then, what are the new challenges then where this particular
the new challenges, you get more first-time
express?
You get more first-time voters, so possibly not challenge. Sometimes they get more first-time voters than they anticipate.
But they don't actually tell you what are the challenges they're in the face, because they say challenges them enormous, but we still don't know what are the challenges. Because they say the staff in the field are having challenges to register.
Then justify everything where then they do. Then say then satisfy with the way things they go. Let's make us say that. No, say there are new challenges where they're not being anticipated. What you do is to admit, say, okay, we not foresee them here, but now it don't happen. We'll try as soon as possible and immediately try for rectify and fix them so all man go register. But then them versus the people, then against the people, they justify. No, we satisfied with the system. Una no one for listen. Now una one for conform. Now una no they carry the right document. Forgetting, say you don't go create barriers. You don't create bottlenecks.
Well, when barriers highlighted before the registration process started.
Exactly.
Because if they say now you forgot green birth certificates, red or blue birth certificate or gray, then we don't specifically highlight, say, now this na the requirement document that we for bring camp, because the question will be asked during the document that we put together for the registration process. Now, what thing they identify you as a civil union was one of the key questions we asked. And it takes the discussion of the registrar for denounce you citizenship, either based on the fact that he's not happy or satisfied with your document, he's not happy or satisfied with what you tell him. So even though you have all the evidence at hand, it still get the discussion for saying to you, no, I'm not register you because I'm not convinced enough, say, you are what you said you are.
So, and we talk strongly against the discretionary powers given to people.
Yeah, because that's not end up with right now. Yeah. These are discretionary powers given to the elector. The people that really do the registration for say, I will denounce this, and we didn't talk So what if you come with a document where you say no, not to this one once, now the other one. Practically they happen.
Yeah, because even with the birth certificate, they say they want birth certificate. Where the person come birth certificate, they say no, not to the original one day.
We want down the way when the original one.
So for the same color. You understand? And this other one we have. So you give people discretionary powers. So now that we come back to the same thing. When if you say okay now the criteria this don't put and set criteria, then the next question is people will fulfill this criteria. Is it inclusive enough for able to allow people the opportunity where to register, then they will decide whether they want to vote or not? No, they not do all that. Then just stick on. See why they hear me?
Juma.
Yes, I think Juma, you get problem.
Juma, you might get problem.
I didn't hear you, but you might look the shake in the arm.
So I'll have to let me see if I can correct that.
Yes, you get problem.
Juma, mute yourself and unmute yourself. Okay. T-boy.
So basically, I think to say most of the concerns then we will be done they get, we will done they highlight in regards to this particular issue. When it comes to discretionary decisions being made by the registrar, now that's not the problem we face right now. Because to be very honest, we will highlight say, what if the person where they come prove to you say in a Sierra Leone gets the right documentation in birth certificate correct, and then they even ask you for the host address or your area. I think there were a lot of discretional questions then where the registrar been supposed for the ask or the confirm or verify say you are a civil union. But it not being clear cut. It means still gets plenty loopholes them where I can use for disqualify you. But let's say like what Juma say earlier on, you disqualify a huge number of the people that we supposed for votes. Does that necessarily mean we get the right political electoral process for votes for we president or we MPs them or the people who they represent we? Is that a true proportion of the community or of the country? If we try for marginalize a huge amount of people and we get the right for actually registering votes, because I can always say, regardless anything, the figures that we're going to end up with at the end of the registration are going to be our actual figures of the people that have rights to vote in Sierra Leone. If we get a huge turnout, imagine last election, we have a lot of time at hand. We get a lot of equipment, 3 times more or 4 times more than voting the non-proposed for use now. But we will still get enough people for register. We make them get for extend the timeline because the people in the Boku pass the requirements of voting be already there in place. Mind you, it was not even 10% closer to the amount of challenges they will see right now. Not even closer, like a chalk and cheese, with all the facilities, all the equipment, all the training. Like Ajuma said, I worked within that particular sector for almost 6 months. And when we want to put the thing to test, I physically went to NCRA for go prove, say, if this is actually working. Because I am not going to do a campaign video for a process that I haven't even tested myself.
Right. So because you have for trust, you have for the marketing they sell, you have for believer, isn't it?
So it means I am sending a wrong message of campaign to the entire country because the process doesn't even work.
T-boy.
So those were the challenges that we faced.
You see the embarrassing part for this, side for some of them things here. So the people always say that are expert them for be ashamed of themselves. Tell me, they did a census, right? Let's say then go. Let's say we go according to the mid-term census data. Okay, let's say equipment, everything was based on that in anticipation. Say we will get 60-70% of the war. So then law puts together another 10% or 20% of something, equipment and all of that. Like you stated, how you determine saying a 2,000 computer if car with where the last term they use 8,000 computers, and then we get for extend the time force for 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. They extended it for 2 weeks. Where they get 8,000 computers, all the centers they're open.
And the centers were anyway.
And this one and not make them like how they make them. So, but the interesting side is this. You see, say, now where people they go for go register, they not get the official slip for give people. So imagine, then say the slip then don't run out of slips. The receipt book.
I don't understand, man.
Okay, and I understand exactly. This
is not more than headache. So basically, I will not even go further because Wizmaker say I will not even go further. I will just totally and entirely say the process has failed. Not even 2 weeks into the initial startup of the process.
They say the receipt book then done. But so, imagine now what then they do. Now then they handwrite na paper.
No.
Okay. So if you go with birth certificates, when your parents they hand you or when government hand you, right? Then tell you say not to the birth certificate this will not want time. Whose assurance you get, see, when you get for go collect you voter ID card, when you get for go verify and collect them, you go with that handwritten paper slip.
Thank you.
Get say they will give you your voter card.
Or would I go confirm saying that this person belong write this statement? Then they countersign them, then they stamp them. What is they verify that?
See, they can countersign and stamp all they like. But now paper, now handwritten something. Whose assurance you get that you'll be able to use that to...
So wait, you go handwrite something where the previous program we get last week, and we call a highlight, say, even ISA 2.
Yes.
They're not sabi for rights clearly. So how you go put a statement together where you put an application form written down with your own hand? So inside the dates today, you make them, you table them according to how the original one day, or
I don't know. We just see the right. Then how you manage know the serial number, whether the serial number where they tally with say okay, if you be don't come on now, so you continue now. How you know say that serial number they correct? How you know say something that duplicate book, that book where they say no, they not the receipt book, where carry that number they, not the other side, where something two people get for carry the same serial number. So you see the deliberate flaws.
No, I think this is a massive failure. I don't think to say this get anything for do it. Okay, make a reframe. Sometimes it might not have anything to do with political misfunction, but I think
it has everything to do with that, T-boy.
No, I want to pull that one day aside. As the Electoral Commission as an institution has woefully failed.
Correct.
Because now that's I would say because them as an institution for put together the right apparatus for make sure say then do the registration process properly. If they have funded them with a sum of 10 or 20 million euros, I mean $20 million,
$8 million,
and then they struggle this kind of way with all the sophisticated equipment they will not buy, including the 3D printer waiting at the president's office. I think they have failed.
And T-boy, the electoral commissioner used to be either head of or used for work na the financial crimes unit in the country.
So that means he's very clued up about database protection.
Exactly. And forensic, things them way go create for let people commit fraud. You understand? The fraud.
Well, he is the fraud.
So you get the risk them. The risk them. It's in them when a potential risk for fraud.
Yeah, but they're not the fraud right now.
Under you watch, yeah.
They're not the fraud right now because if there is a huge lapse within the system right now, then he is a fraud because he is creating that lapse to exist.
Right.
Because there is no way you command as such units and then you can into another unit when are just for collect database and protect them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you make this kind of lapses, then there is a huge vacuum of window where you abuse the system from, then you're not the problem. Because it means you are creating all these lapses so that people can feed on it. And if you create the lapses, then now where they say you open the doors for Tifma, for make Tifma kind of stuff, for make it guarantee.
Exactly.
That's practically what he is doing right now.
Yeah.
Because he's just leaving all the doors open that will encourage people to actually abuse the system. Because if they now come out from electronic, you go to
manual.
No, well, not manual, no, electronic, analog, now manual, because I will differ the analog from manual because that's two different things. At least the analog gets a template where they follow. Because the manual, now you begin start for prepare the template with your own physical hand. So you don't fail those three processes. You don't come off from digital. Computers are not good enough. They're not better. The data where they put inside, the work. The software, they clash. We're not able to identify first-time voters. You don't need to identify first-time voters because you know
register people that qualify to vote. Simple.
Yeah, but you don't have your database stored nowhere to verify first-time voters. All you need to do is to register them. So how you forget a system where for identify, say this now first-time voter, where in data not inside the system in the first place.
Correct. Yeah.
So you are actually collecting their data for the first time. You don't need to verify their data with the system. Now,
wait, they say what you they verify with?
Thank you. Which software they will they verify me one other and nothing but me saying that you system it. You don't get database collection of me in any way whatsoever. Passport they can't say you now you they put in the system for the first time. So what's in the software you need for verifying me? Now, like you go to a doctor. You not see the doctors as the doctor to them begin right. Okay, you need paracetamol, you need Fenzik, you need chloroquine, and you begin ask the doctor, why you they mark for me? Hey, because I'm not saying you sick, but you not even ask me what you do me.
So T-boy, let me possibly not like for use the example, yeah, but I'll do them just for the benefit of them here. One thing we possibly they do before now for adjudicate on what you call it, applications for unemployment, yeah. So the adjudication is now you be done doing COVID. You come, you go, you say you suffer, you fill in application. All the information we then give you, you ask. Bring social security, this, that. Okay, you apply. Now emergency, you were given the funds. Okay, now, then them reach now, say, okay, now look, can verify. So your point, now then we don't collect the data. So now look, can verify whether you qualify for continue, forget, or if you've been lying in the first place. But how then for be able to verify if they don't collect the data? Exactly. So now me can sit down and look and say, okay, bring this. Now, let's check out that system where T-Boy gets here under. Now you get the national identification number system. Let's send them to T-Boy in own database for see if he match. They watch them. No, not discrepancy. No, this not diamond. No, this not Umayo. No, this. The paper they but it don't match the what's in the database. Or it fall to somebody else. So if it fall to somebody else, what do they do? We block them, we write to the person, original address, we send, can verify.
Yeah, come for verification.
If it is you, we want you for let you bring 1, 2, 3. You don't need for cancel, we'll just send them in.
Yeah.
That is all you do. Then we look. If you not come again, it's not you. But verify what you don't have in the first place. So that was my point. But just I'm being a care.
So to be honest,
they talk not to magic.
I don't know who said the rocket science they punish, but like Femi say, when you have people that thinks that they know so much and they know fickle nothing, you end up with a situation like this because that's the biggest problem we have. We have a bunch of Sierra Leoneans that thinks they know everything, that thinks they know IT, then gets PhD holders in IT database collection. They have ministers within a very key ministries them when are experts in computer and IT. You have people within head of parastatals then we get knowledge, vast knowledge in IT and computer studies, but they still with all those expertise, they are still struggling to put together a simple. This is not the most simplest amount of database collection that the world nine in the struggle for do so. Because for register for vote is one of the most simplest thing any country can do. Because all you need to do, take your ID with one proof of address ID, if that is what is the requirement, and you go to any center and tell them who you are. Have you registered before? Yes. Okay, what's your name and date of birth? Period. They're not for no nothing any more than that. What's your name and date of birth?
T-Boy.
Sylvester Dubai was so then tap him in. It come up. Just give me your first line of your address, sir. You give your first line of your address. Confirm your postcode, sir. Confirm your postcode. Thank you very much. Do you have any form of ID on you? Yes, I don't have my ID, but I have my bank card. Oh, no, we need something with your passport or with your picture. Do you have any kind of screenshot or picture on your phone that entails anything that has to do with your passport or driver's license or something? Oh, yes, I do have one. Let's see. You pull your phone, you show that you passport picture, also you picture there. Period. Thank you very much, Mr. Duba. See you next time to vote. That's not the basic way you need now, Europe. Okay, what is the basic that you need in Sierra Leone where IT is not of standard? Then you go, they say, okay, what's in your name? My name is Sylvester Duba. Okay, you don't register before? Yes, okay. We get analog, we get a book. Pass register, we be done register now. So alphabetically, we don't look for outside D, their surname. We pull on D. Dubai and DUGB. Okay, look under the D sector. Okay, yes, your name there. Tick, correct. You don't register last year. Analog. Now, problem now, you got any proof of ID you see right now? No, I get me birth certificate. Okay, show me birth certificate. You got ID card? Yeah, I get me old ID card. Your old ID card is even a valid ID because it shows your face, your picture, and your date of birth and everything that's your.
Because you don't go fake that one day.
It's not fake.
Go fake that. Yeah.
So these are all basic, simple processes.
If I be get ID card and NACRA, that's if NACRA database will they work, me ID card information for the inside it. So I don't need to go do this.
I think something I can say with the art we aid, but we really need for art we aid. But I don't know what to make some of these guys are not. They don't have the 2 seats between their legs to come here and talk about these issues, which are like very simple issues that we can discuss and find solutions.
Sabida Michael Jackson music say they don't care about us.
Well, to be very honest, I think it's a shame because we have a process that is not working.
They don't care. They don't want the process to work. And even the thing where they say they're not sabi, it's not ignorance or say lack of knowledge. That is not. This is deliberate. They don't want to be.
To be honest, it might sound like it's deliberate, but do you really think the people who are working within the registrar sector are actually playing dormant to this whole process, like they don't know what they're doing, or they're just acting up?
Yes, they are.
Well, then that's a systematic form of institutional sabotage.
Right.
Because it means the entire institution is sabotaging the process of registration in Sierra Leone. Because if you say to me now clearly that 90% of the registrar, they don't actually brainwash every single one of them for act like they're stupid. They don't have no computer knowledge. They are so computer illiterate. They are blind to the reality of database collection, and then give them that particular job they forgo administer. And then the one old system that's alone, that is where we are today.
You don't, who say you did? Are you okay?
Jima, you can get back again as well. I don't know whether they try for FGC system or not, but I think you have to fix it again and then try for log out in your audio. But I think we have to look at this thing very seriously, because when we look at in another way, we might be thinking it's a laughing matter, but this is going to affect the entire system that we have in Sierra Leone, because it means nothing that is supposed to work manageably can never be controlled or can never be effective. Because if we struggle for collect database and register people and for votes, how we get for count the votes then now we then bring them count? Then we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, then make them double 20. I remember last election, we get for dinner the polling stations them from start to finish. We drive from one polling station to the next just to watch the process and see how the process to go and see how the process they unfold. And Juma participated and voted himself because we watched the process and see how long it take him for votes. It was so simple. I don't know why this one for be so different. I don't know why this one forget so many challenges then. I don't know why this one for be so different from the others. Where as a nation, we for the improve technically, we for the improve in all aspects of things that we do. Why are we just going backward with the process? We're going behind. We just lack in the process. We lack integrity. We lack professionalism. We lack almost everything. Is this deliberate or now facts say these guys don't know exactly what they do? Because me, if not deliberate, I have a concern. But if now facts say they don't know what they do, then it is a massive, serious concern. Because at the end of the day, you now be looking at a whole institution that is meant to be in the position to put together a database collection and registration by citizens of Sierra Leone, and they cannot afford to make it work. you are actually bringing in the process to the bottom of everything, because if you are going to identify a first-time voter by a software where you say you install, this not in word, the staff in the field are having challenges to register first-time voters. This is a technical issue which has to do with the voter verification software. It has, however, been resolved. Okay. Technical issue that has to do with the voters verification software. How do you verify somebody that you haven't collected their data? I don't understand that magically. Because something
waiting, let me tell you and try for do again.
Come on.
You know, we then try forget two for the price of one. Now that then try for do so. Okay. Then one for use the NACRA system. So okay, go register na NACRA for us. Then the NACRA system, then they feed the information to the NEC system. Listen, the way you go there now for go register, then we then punch your information for come up like me where we don't register 5 years ago. We then punch me name, me phone number, me information for come up. So yanda, waiting the one for do that okay, until you don't go na this line, you don't register for NACRA. Then you the can so now you can team up, you give NACRA information, then I go and put them in, then you profile and your demographic information for come up. But like you stated, if the two systems are able to talk together, how do you expect that to work? If lights not for make the computer run for 30 minutes for register 2 person, how you expect the two systems to talk together, how they will sync? Another one. 2, the NACRA system itself first, they don't create the bottleneck with Tibo, like I was saying earlier. If me go na NACRA line, the first way they go ask me for a birth certificate for proof say I am 17 plus, I go 18 by June, or I am 18 years. Or I'm 20 years. Now the first time these are the register, not be registered at the last election for whatever reason. Okay? Because you have different form of first-time voters. First-time voters not just by age, but by possibly say you not be there at the country, you not be not registered.
Even if you're in the country, say you choose not for register.
You choose not for register.
Yeah.
So this is your first time. We get people that they tell us, I know one day votes na salo.
Yeah.
So they are first-time voters.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you go for go register, then not they allow you for register, then say go call birth certificate. When you come, you call birth certificate, they say no, not to this column or the other column. Or I go count imam. Where the imam can say no, imam, now they allow for you identify for the you don't identify one before, so this way you're not able to identify. Then they done. Waiting back they will go see. Or I go count other proof. No, then they back no they work. So you they see the continuous bottlenecks the way they create for people them unnecessarily and create chaos. So if you get software where not the workforce, yeah, you have a bigger problem to deal with. Then you they create unnecessary other problems them for create tension at the place.
Hey man, I think this is going to be a serious issue because we might be thinking it's going to be something that they can walk over or overlook. But if we watch this process, Alexa then add another extra 4 weeks into the extension of this particular registration, it's still not going to be enough.
They don't want to do it. They don't want to make the system work for the people. They don't want
it's not going to work.
Yeah, because they want for that I call that the midterm census result play count for. So you see, I'll be telling us 600,000 people because
that midterm census data does not get the correct database.
Well, no, say that.
The process of the registration itself is wrong. So basically, then they talk say they get all the IT technological link software, iCloud, whatever. We're able to collect all the data then from all the different.
They say that they see in real time as they punch the dashboard here. We can see it right there and then. No.
Because
So
remember,
now,
you get somebody where now be the people that will be the one that process the way be the caller from Botan.
Yeah, we tell
where we
we
get on the line for over half an hour and we talk about the process. We talk about the legality of the internet. We talk about the Wi-Fi system on this alone. How can you collect or see a data in real time where you dey Mabonton, we not get Wi-Fi connection? Oh no, who dey Mabonton? And then some area in Mabonton right now we get Wi-Fi connection, but it's not government owned. You have privilege to that Wi-Fi because you work for an international organization where cover that area.
Correct.
So you get access to their Wi-Fi password then. So what about the other man we don't see the tablet they will, okay, what's wrong with all them tablets they will use? What's wrong with them?
They don't sell them, or the people they not return them. They don't convert.
Because some people hold their tablet and they say they not pay them.
They not pay them. Yeah.
And can you imagine how much personal data going in at the tablet?
Exactly. So, but the thing, T-boy, imagine them people here don't tell you say now 600,000 people now they have free time. Okay, then you just lucky either imagine say breakdown of registration by area, by place, and then they come and then they say about 1.2 million people now they register in Africa. How would they explain the 600,000 people will not be where they not count? So you see, side and day now them points right now. Now then they try for justify and with other reasons then thinking say if you think say now worse, wait where people are registered or wait them reach for collect the ID card there. And that's when you understand.
Because ID card not get for it. So when they are collecting this database and they take people and picture them they make the ID card?
Well, then they take pictures of the one the way they send our first time voters. So let's say me will be don't register. What I get for go register, then we just go now they ask me my name, my phone number, it come up. Okay? So when it come up, then say okay, then they update if I don't change any details, blah 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 blah. Then they give me receipt number, say I don't can register. So now that me same picture will be young today, and then get
use.
Wait a minute, something cuts me 1 year. Remember that picture they carry some man up in get 1 year.
That was 5 years ago. Come on. Even if your passport say really apply for new passport, and they say take the most current picture.
Recent picture, yeah.
The most recent picture, at least 6 months old.
6 months, yeah.
Come on, let's be realistic. Are we serious?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What would be your suggestion for a solution?
Firstly, they get for acknowledge first it's not working.
They're not going to acknowledge that, so forget that.
But one thing we not get for fail, that one they not get choice, but to extend the registration process and give people in time. Until then say they get one problem where they don't identify then they fix. So all the people let them frustrated and will not be able to register because of that one problem the way they admit, then for able to extend the time for people. And there it don't show we get a history say you cannot register people in one cycle, registration cycle, meaning from PAPE to PAYRAPE, let them say the registration process now within 30 days. First cycle 15 days, second cycle 15 days. The history don't show we not get evidence say you able for register people one go. You get for extend that. So that not for common at the table, you have to extend it at least for a month. At least. Well, but you only extend that for a month, let it work if you genuine enough where you don't fix your problem. If you not say 1 month not good enough, even if you fix your problem, so extend that for 3 months. There is no harm. You can register close to the time for go vote.
I don't know how that legal make a difference because if the right apparatus is not in place, then it will still not make any difference.
When I say if they're willing, they're not willing. They're not one for do them. That's the thing. They want to disadvantage people.
Okay, what other solutions do you see?
Well, people get for continue for come out for go register and demand that they are registered. Simple. This not a political party business. This is a national issue where get for be everybody for decide say, na me right. I want for register. I don't due for register, but they not then disadvantage me. They not allow me for register because of them bottlenecks here. They have to do it, not to favor them, they do, not to ajo. You know, the people have to demand that, they're allowed to register. Because if not to that, they don't take us serious. That's all.
Well, I think we get a continued program on the registration process in Sierra Leone, because I feel to say it's very important that we have everybody who is eligible to register should be in the registration book, and then they're able for definitely exercise their right for votes coming 2023 election. But we're not going to dwell on that forever. We can go to something close similarly to the same thing, again, based on registration for dealing with the diaspora. Juma, I highlighted earlier on, say, the diaspora, they actually spend too much money for go salon, for register, and equally for go back and vote. So it's a minimum of £3,000. I suggested that if each and every individual will decide for go vote, we decide for
£5,000.
Well, I'm just saying
5,000,
roughly £3,000. Taking into consideration that you get for buy tickets a minimum of £800 to £1,000, and then you £500 will be some of you spending money whilst you're there for at least a week. That is just an anticipation. Some people then go spend past that, but I think on a very.
So how about waiting the person they lost, the income with the person they lost?
Well, I don't factor in income, because I also talk to you get for lose income, you get for lose holiday, because you go freedom for 3 days, at least you go for a minimum of 1 week. So that's 2 weeks gone off your holiday for the year. So that's not a big loss to you just for go exercise you right for registering.
And we can say £5,000, because if you have a rent that you are paying £1,000, you still get for pay all the bills you get for pay while you're losing income. So,
but the reason why I make a highlight that amount of loss there, now the fact say they're still not able for give we any value for our money in Sierra Leone, because we still not able for participate actively well when it comes to political decisions being made by us from the diaspora. So you feel say it's fair on us to spend that amount of money for go register, for go vote, and we still not get access for make a lot of difference within the political atmosphere in Sierra Leone as people that live in the diaspora? Because what I feel to say they happen gradually. Now the fact say when we register, when we take the time for common also go salon, go register, we spend that amount of money there. Okay, we'll spend the money, and they tell you say, bokomabo, ona the diaspora na bokutok na difa no mo na ka so me ko na ka register, na ka mo ko na ka vote. But it costs you a lot of money. Okay, we don't go to register. Yeah? Then we don't go vote. What's in the other process of we voting rights where they make we feel say we belong to this particular system?
Well, firstly, let's go first about if they increase it and it treats people fair. They're not. Just like Quentin Femi explained earlier. Okay? So they created a fictitious process where not make sense to anyone, where not efficient. Femi Paddy possibly spend what you talk about or more than that. Say, okay, you know what? As bad as it is, I'm a patriot. Let me come and can register. He went there, then go tell and say, no, not to return it, wait for 15 days. So it's why I tell you how them people are not they think. Now that guy get for now 2 things. He don't lose money because he don't go. If he decide for walk away and come, it all lost completely. If he continue for day, it will continue for lost more money. And he not even get assurance, even if he register, he will get an ID card for vote. He not even get assurance, where you don't register done, then go allow you for vote, because then you get for pay money back for go not on, for go vote. So if he spend $3,000 now, he will get for spend another $3,000. So that's $6,000 within a year, just for make sure say a performing civic duty and a benefit for me right. So
okay, the benefits from your rights, is it just about voting? What sort of other benefits you supposed to get?
See boy, like how we say you vote, now you live. Right? Because it means a lot. If you are able to, I know when I register hacking field, I know, you understand what I mean? I know how I feel. Say, I don't fulfill something, able for put me mouth, who sign me money there, are able for talk Nayaso because I participated in the process. I participated in the process. Whether I would have vote for win or not, but at least that they give me more for able for say because I'll be able for decide for the one person rules. If the person where I win, where I vote for 9 win, I'm able for all that person they accountable because I'll tell and say I vote for you. Do you understand? So these are some of the benefits that it make you feel Sierra Leonean. Sabi like when you go Cameroon, you were not there under slavery or anything, right? But the best I ever hear you get excited in my life. Now when Leon Stars they play, you did and you watch them close range. You don't watch games then a salon, but it wasn't the same. You were in a different territory. Just you wearing that green and white and blue thing, and you did a feeling a Sierra Leonean jubilating or supporting other Sierra Leoneans. You know, nobody will pay you for that.
Sure.
So that is the kind of thing that you feel for where you're able for register, then you're able for vote. So if you've been deprived of that right deliberately, it is sad. More so when you did at the diaspora, your contribution to the country, it passed the one the way they thief the country.
So you feel say because of we financial and moral contribution we'll get to the country for giving the privilege and opportunity for maybe register now the country they will offend we say?
I think it's long overdue. It is long overdue because again, now they not get excuse. Because then they claim say then at the digital age, this now an e-government, you understand? So if we're able to facilitate that, because if you are for force NACRA system for talk to electoral commission system, you can equally force for say NACRA machine na America, na Britain, na other places them for let them able for do the same thing so the machine they sync.
Hold on. For make reference to that, we hear what the bank governors say. If you live in the diaspora, then you're able for facilitate for make you get the new currency, but you get for pay some amount of surcharge.
Right.
That's not for administrative work and postal processes for me to able for ship the money from Freetown and bring and come now in the diaspora. So if they can do that, what is the possibility for them not to be able also for make we able for register and then charge you some amount of money for the administration and the technology where they get for be involved in completing that process? I don't think it should be a difficult and tedious process.
And again, I go back to the first thing I've been saying. When they make something for improve your country, you therefore look waiting they work for everybody. Then look around you waiting they happen. Guinea, for the longest time when we was not to 20 years, for the longest time we don't know, Guineans are able to vote abroad.
Yes, I know that very well.
They are able to vote abroad. This is not Guinea, never Guinea, under where we say we civilized past, the country civilized past the people them. Then get common sense say they're able to vote abroad. Senegal, they're able to do the same thing. Other countries are able to do the same.
So are they actually taking advantage over us as diaspora?
But that's what it is.
Are we the diaspora and get the problem because we're able to advocate for ourselves as much as possible?
No, because they just don't care. They feel threatened by us. Because the bunch of diasporans the way they, now the previous government and this government, and more so now this government, when they go in, they lock the doors. The first government,
why are they feeling threatening for asking for invest? What's mean they feel threatening for asking for we support financially?
So when
for ask we as individuals the way they support them political parties them for fund their activities, but they feel threatening for make we register.
Because it doesn't serve their interest. It does not serve their interest.
Yeah, but so what do we need to do as diaspora so that we interest go be their interest, because it's now all the benefits. Some of them even benefit pass we from the diaspora. But what thing we got to do, because at the end of the day, me I see this very challenging and difficult, because that is £6,000 or more where you put towards just for what exercise you right to vote. Where enough for cost you that much?
How much did it cost you? You didn't talk about 6,000 more. How much it cost you?
It cost me more.
Thank you.
But again, I'm thinking, why make them not be able to charge we for putting together the process in the diaspora?
We're not supposed to charge we.
Well, I just say, because at the end of the day,
there are other ways them where they're able to do this. But me no go, I no talker. Not to me duty for fix the mess. Simple thing first now. The last government when they put together a database, right? Diasporans. It not being vocal, right?
When we start that database,
now they cancel. It not being woke, but because of that database, Sierra Leone benefit from a wave of diasporans. We go help for build the country in capacity. We go help for open businesses. We help for encourage people and for go na tongue and go do things. This, and I talk about say people go work for government too. I talk about people who go open in businesses from private schools to restaurants to hotels, different businesses. There, people were able to go because they been feel say at that time, oh, they don't begin calling for go. Then begin give incentive to Sierra Leoneans at the time. If you want for repatriate to go home, you can either ship a container or share a container with somebody. Then give you how they call it in waiver, right? Yeah. People abuse them, fine, but it was there. Where these governments come, you hear anything but diaspora affairs?
No,
I mean to tell you something. Few things them where me and a lot of other people do. Where Salon benefit from through that diaspora affairs day.
Go back. So basically, the office of the diaspora doesn't exist no more.
It never exists again. The government, as the government can close this government closer, they closed it, and then gets the highest diaspora population and government than any other government.
So what is the essence? Because to me,
again,
if they close the office, we already been in existence for over. Because even during Tijan Kabain days, there was an established but not well-established office of the diaspora. There was something to do with foreign investments.
Now then tell them they start. You understand? Now then tell them they start.
It not start with the diaspora, but it starts with foreign investments.
When the next government come, then look at and say, no, the diaspora contribution is huge. Let we try for make them a whole office. Let we try for facilitate things them. And I talk about, if you talk about local contents today, Sierra Leone benefited from, we know Sierra Leoneans, they don't go back for the past 10 years. Now, if you beg them, say, they can, they need one.
Of course.
If they can, and they turn and go back. You understand? Because of that system, they encourage them. It was painful. How many people benefited from Sierra Gem Media when you and Femi decide for go salon around the same time?
A lot, and a lot as much as the current media practitioner, they will get a salon for sale.
Correct. So because you be they look at say there is potential here. I remember the last government came, people then put together a whole trade team, wake up of banks or things then come then do road shows.
Yeah. For people to open I was able to open foreign accounts.
I was able to open a local commercial bank account from the UK just because then the bank person come, he took my details, we get him email address, he follow up. When I go salon, I go collect me with the color. It was simple. So if you can do that, you're still able to do this, but they're just not willing to do it. They're just not willing. And one thing with it, and when they talk, I talk to the president. He lived in the diaspora for the longest time.
Than any other president.
Yeah, he don't live na the diaspora more than he don't serve na Sierra Leone. From where they military to the time where he be head of state and now where he don't be president. 22 years continuously, no break, continuously in the diaspora, both in the US and the UK.
Plus France.
Plus France, plus South Africa as well, plus Ghana. He lived in the diaspora.
Plus Gambia, maybe.
Maybe plus Gambia. And from time to time to Ethiopia.
And from time to time to Kenya.
Exactly. So you see, so he's lived in the diaspora, and even now it continue for living in the diaspora more than.
No, it continue for existing in the diaspora more than existing in Australia. It's not living anymore, existing in the diaspora.
Yeah. So if you look at all that, he knows the power of the diaspora, but why not take advantage?
So are you saying practically, in my opinion to that, I think we've been disrespected of not being part of the society in Sierra Leone in that particular formal.
You're absolutely right, because not to Sabine, when you call Sabine and Sabiu, Mifambu, Kuda support you, that's not to the diaspora.
No, that's not the diaspora. It's not the diaspora.
The diaspora, again, for be an even playing field, everybody get the same opportunity.
Yeah.
But look, Naya, Sierra Leoneans went to protest the other day. They called FBI and Secret Service on them. Say they're not for going to the diaspora and at the embassy. So imagine if an ambassador get the guts for do that. You're not able to come and can listen to your people, because you say these are faceless demonstrators, right? But now they came out and say, we now we or we. Why you don't come team up and come and listen to them? And Sierra Leoneans went to demonstrate in the UK. British High the Parliament, the Prime Minister's office. Were they chased away?
No.
Someone came out, right?
Yeah.
Listen to them, to their grievances and their complaint, and take a statement, make a statement to them and tell us we'll continue for engage you now. Not to that end, do.
Yeah.
But then call 15 truck FBI and they say the people like out bomb for can bomb the embassy.
And they are terrorists.
Yeah, they are terrorists. Can you imagine? So Tibo, imagine if you were possibly critical of government, me, we're critical of government, then I go say, I want to go, let them go give me passport. Or let them go register me for vote at the embassy. They're not going to do it because they see you say, now you versus government. So if that registration business they get for right, now something they're able to outsource to other person.
No, but they don't have to outsource it.
No,
we should be able to accept democratic positions.
No, the reason why make you need to outsource it, the reason is, one, it shows the independence and it builds trust and give everybody opportunity for go there and go register.
They can. Okay, I understand your point.
Even the system is right and outsourcer.
Yeah, but they outsource them, but as Iranians in the run them. That's a different. No.
You they outsource the process to other person, everything, the platform and everything. Sierra Leoneans then Kindede for help facilitate, but the people away the control behind the scenes, therefore be independent people. The reason they say that. That post where they don't grab na embassy. He go able go team up for go register, they allow him for register. Because simple protest.
No, but you can't kick somebody out of the embassy na the diaspora. So impossible.
To say the disrespect to the therefore people na the diaspora.
Impossible.
That was anything. And other than they do am. Now Sierra Leoneans stay within the diaspora. Because the ambassador has lived in the diaspora more than any other person. He don't work within the system. You understand? So in more Americanized. So if you understand what's in the happen now, but he choose to do otherwise because he wants to stay and continue for being an ambassador. So
okay.
So register or not?
So I think personally, this is a famine topic, but I think personally, I'm not happy with the fact say we get for pay so much money for go register in vote na salon, and we still not get the respect or desire for make we register now. So, but all them various different political parties there, so we get with financial support, we get with technical support, we get with moral support, and now in not so even in request, now in demands for say you have to. But when we ask for the small amount of requests for say, why can't you guys facilitate the process for make people for register and vote to Saudi, because it will save an extra £5,000 maybe for contribute towards a political party, will make a lot of difference. It will save another extra, it will add up another extra £2,000 maybe.
Because if me don't register, I for able to go campaign for you. So I will give you more money for increase your chances for wins.
Exactly. So you go able for save more money for put into campaign processes. But I think as diaspora, we should be able to demand our own access or facilities to some of these things. Like you clearly say, we don't see Insai Salon, Guinea Embassy doing election, the embassy they pack full. You could begin to say, what's in that they do now? You know, for saying a Guinea election, I vote in the campus.
Then they vote na Salon.
Yeah, Salon.
Just America and what you call them.
Yeah, Salon.
The election, then they go vote na Guinea Embassy. Na
yeah, now they say so.
And then they count them ballots back.
Then they go to Guinea Embassy, the Guinea Embassy, they pack full. Hey, be honest, what's in that they do here? Yeah. They say they can't vote. You know, say it's in a Guinea election. So basically, we don't see this don't happen for the past 15 years. I go say me.
Who's 15?
Me go say for the past 25 years, because I don't think a Salon.
From when they begin their election at Guinea.
So if that process there, this is the time technology not being that sophisticated. Technology possibly even exists. Then people have to begin make their citizens and votes in different countries the way they inside Africa and Europe. Why now when we get all the so-called experts in IT, we still able to facilitate this process to the extent that they even close the office of the diaspora. They actually encourage some of the diaspora people and for go and engage with the people of Sierra Leone in terms of basic skills, interaction, marketing skills, investments, platforms, and so many other things that will be beneficial to Sierra Leone and the way based in Sierra Leone and the diaspora, the way to go for go invest in a salon, or way to try for do business with people in a salon, and then cut off that margin there. How do you expect the diaspora to be in the position to actively participate in the development of Sierra Leone? But yes, still, then they come back and ask, we say, and tell we say, but can get involved. How can you get involved when you don't have any value?
Let me tell you the sad part about we governments them, and we people in a position of trust within the corridors of power. Anything where you see the jump, no say get financial benefit behind it. Okay. Under the previous SLPP government, now during the term, we established the first diaspora network in the UK. I'm sure possibly Femi will go member. The Sierra Leone Diaspora Network. We launched was it Keys, that area they will hold the first big conference.
And before we launch the Sierra Leone Diaspora Network, we don't possibly pilot the Sierra Leone Diaspora Professional Network.
Correct. And some of the people that we possibly all pilot that together were part of that. So we attended a lot of meetings them now the mayor's office and till we launch them. Say you get subgroups them and all of that thing. And they build capacity of a lot of people then.
Yeah.
And if they say salon change, now some of the benefits then Andy. You had people that were volunteering for go share their skills, experiences, and help for building.
I know a lot of those people.
A lot of people volunteered to go there. They were happy to do
like today.
You see, so the other government come and build on that and they say, okay, hang on, let's make now a government policy for this. Guinea, then get Minister of Foreign Affairs, but then get somebody with in charge of diaspora. Guinea gets a whole ministry for diaspora. Not just Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, but diaspora minister they for diaspora. So that one
that's one of the ministries on.
Right. So we are able to do all of these things. And if you don't know the benefits of the diaspora, Ask countries like Ethiopia and Eritrea. Eritrea, for the longest time, where them gets war and all of those things.
Even
they
Somalia.
live on the diaspora. People were paying taxes. Yeah, people were paying taxes, and they contribute this a monthly business. They did it for support their government, for let their government able for team up, let them build their government and build their country. Eritrea will see. Sierra Leoneans are willing to do that. What we don't have now the trust. Because when you try for that, they frustrate you. I remember there was one guy we go invest in a salon. This guy go, he don't put in your money, everything. But he needed more land. Government then do all kind of things for frustrator. Now permine and the man be the do. So imagine if that man they be the do permine. Let's say if he not sell the permine at all. But he don't create jobs for people. The money inside the money they left. Now salon the money they left. Now salon. If you want IM passport right now, where do you go?
Freetown. Okay. Now London.
Yeah, you able to forget if your passport expire right now. You go now. Thank you. So passport. Anyway, Femi, come now. Your topic.
Femi, the topic might look quiet. You don't tire with the diaspora.
Femi tire fed up against.
Wait a minute, I don't tire. Wait a minute, I don't tire. Do you mind hearing me?
I hear you loud and clear.
I don't miss for the ask if you hear me. I think I've been asked today. So no, I'm not going for tire with the topic. I think we diasporans have been misused, abused, and with
changed.
Other one we've been use the other and they go too graphic.
Yeah.
No, really and truly, it's not fair. They come to us when they need our money, when they need our support, and we dey give. And guess what? We can give even more than we dey give. If only we government serious and meet we halfway.
Right.
If they're doing so well, they're so comfortable, they so believe that the election of 2023 it's theirs. I just challenge them. Una give it the guys for vote until una don't win the election done. Una just give it the guys for votes no more. Una help me low votes from Usawidi because una go say una get the guys for vote. But una help me for low votes from Usawidi and let we see where 2023 they come. Because honestly, they depend on us for so much, and then they always come in cap in hand for ask for something. But when we they ask for something, we know they ever get them. But I think T-Boy been a kind of allude to something, we know the demand we rights. Yeah. I think we need for begin to that, and they as diasporans, we're Sierra Leoneans. And if other country then can do that for their countryman, they allow them for votes and for register all over the world. One of the viewers Japan, where they tell we online on YouTube right now, say other African countries are allowed to register and vote in Japan. Imagine Japan with the under. This current administration one should say they're technologically savvy. So then it shouldn't be a problem. As T-Boy said, we should have so 15 years ago, 13 years ago, where them banks they all come. The banks they all can register with. Juma, you open account with them.
Oh yes, I did. Yeah. That was in 2007.
Yes, so exactly about 14 years ago. So really and truly, why can't we do this now? 14, 15 years later, why can't we get the process? If we're not able to go use machine them, now some regions in Australia we not even get electricity.
Exactly.
You until we so unable to provide them same machine in the country them na this side of the world we get all the infrastructure, then get the electricity, then get the network, then get everything where they need for make the machine be wrong. They'll go even get the technical support.
Correct.
From this side of the world. Why can't they allow us as Sierra Leoneans reward we for the good road we don't do? Then if they talk and say the money we they send go back home, doubles or triples the amount of money where they get as donation from Western countries.
Right.
So una appreciate what they do, una give we back something. We know they ask for much, we know they ask for una money safe. We they ask una for run the country properly. Or give we the opportunity for law we vote the right person in. That's all I get for say. I tie with diaspora affairs. You know, I really and truly tie because then we get diaspora and say we're not patriotic. Then can say now we because they talk about not we. The one the way they benefit from the rubbish where they happen in our country, now they no like salon. The one the way they agree say yes, they no say the government not they try, but then they can't lie per we tell we say government they try. Now they not patriotic, now they no like salon, now they no like who people them. You know, then can from Fuluna. But honestly, that is the truth. Because they benefit personally. So they allow the government for the take the resources them with for benefit everybody in the country for just themselves and a 2-3 of them family and then party them and then girlfriend them. They don't like Sierra Leone. And we need for begin differentiate the diaspora and because at one point diaspora and get bad them na salon. But again, because certain diasporans them are being picked over others. And as I always say, then they always pick their own party them for go cover the wrongs the way then they do. You know, then for try for open up, make them, you know, pick from the bigger pool. We get so many good Sierra Leoneans living abroad. I'm not saying we don't have them in Sierra Leone, but we have so many Sierra Leoneans, good Sierra Leoneans living abroad. This last 2 weeks don't show. We get a wonderful tennis player. Look what he do the other day. You know, now everybody proud for showing picture. Exactly. But guess what? You know, when things were bad, nobody was there for him. We get we get minister. Now this current British government, we're not Sierra Leonean. You understand? We have good Sierra Leoneans them doing very well for themselves.
Minister waiting at the government, call the ministry, the portfolio way old.
You call them.
No, because you get a foreign, you get foreign.
Mr. Cleverly, Imama na Sierra Leonean.
Office, foreign secretary.
Imama na Sierra Leonean. Not to say na far away places. Na yaso he born, na England he born, but he knows his Sierra Leonean roots. We go one event na Westminster a few years ago. Na be an Fabi College alumni event, and they call we for go cover. We go cover inside Westminster na Parliament, and he was one that facilitated them. Now the first thing that I meet him, and he's a pleasant guy to talk to. You know, in cousin them who I know very well, one of them introduced me to them. You know, and in cousin them are born bred Sierra Leoneans and all the entire side of the world.
And the man they go feed himself on a regular basis as well. Anyway.
Yeah. So you know, there's what the point I try to make is we have a lot of good Sierra Leoneans. We just name a couple here, but there's a lot of us with the out of Sierra Leone we can possibly benefit Sierra Leone in one way or the other. But we administration they give the opportunity to because they know say some of them people also mean well, and because they mean well, then we go stop side they angle them within the thief money. Make I put on that with you.
Femi, you saying this, you know, it just bring back to mind. Every year, government after government, we see they celebrate giving Sierra Leonean citizenship to non-Sierra Leoneans. Right? Consistently. Give them a passport for being a citizen. So, but you're able to deprive the real Sierra Leonean for participate in waiting for salon. What an irony. Because what's the point? Or is it just for papi show? You give the person passport, you make big speech, you tell and say to go and make big buffet dinner and all that. You say they bring tourism by giving away passports. But then your citizens, the one that way they contribute to the bread and butter, the bread basket of the country, the one that win on our social security, the one that are breadwinners of families.
Yuma, that just shows the level of encouragement within the GI to the diaspora, and then we actually now the diaspora and the way they make meaningful contributions every other day to the development of the economy itself, because they're the stunters then they want to really come and make the wavelength, the highlights for the events, really make the flash in the pan so that people can raise their eyebrows and say, wow, okay, this is happening.
You can still do that. That's not a problem.
Yeah, but don't preference them over us. We deal with this situation every other day. Go on, Femi.
Yes.
So, I think Senate President, the late President Kaba, been get a party in State House in December. I think it's the week of Christmas. I don't remember
the last week of December.
Yes. So where he can get this party, he invites all the holiday makers we come on at the diaspora for camp. And in them place and they encourage we for come back and can give. I don't know if that still happens. But
so even the last government continued.
Yes. Yeah. And most probably not happy now. But let's assume. But even there, the problem where I get with all this, because I went to one, I think I went to two, and I'll not go again. Because really and truly, I don't really think it is really and truly open for all of us.
Right. Because of the place.
Yes.
Exactly.
I think
so that's why I was talking about the embassy as well. You don't want to put people where they have to satisfy certain criteria.
Thank you.
Femi, I differ you on that. Because let me say why. The Christmas party where they really host in a State House was hosted within the state's garden. And that
waiting Femi, they say.
That was open to everybody.
No. Even at that, you need a card. Because I attend about 3 of those at least.
You entry, Navi, you passport.
Correct.
You entry, Navi, you passport. So it was
T-boy. So the issue with that one day, because that place there is restricted for security reasons. If you organize that event, example, I'm not saying a day for B, but I just say a place like National Stadium, you get more diasporans coming.
No, a place like National Stadium will not be in the position to suit the occasion because it is not going to be a controlled environment. Let me tell you why. Stadium is massively big.
I'm not saying for B stadium, I say a place, meaning say a neutral ground. That's what I meant. I'm not saying State House is not a neutral ground.
I think the reason why State House was primarily ideal for that purpose, my opinion, is on 2 grounds. One, it give the president access when in your office for telling us, say, this is why I do it every other day. It would be nice for you guys to be part of this and make your own contribution.
People don't care where the president dwells.
But again, what he does. If they make a reception to be hosted at the White House in America or at House of Parliament in London, it will give you an incentive to attend because of the location of where the event is taking place. I.e., the reason why I specifically went to the very first events that we were invited to attend at Westminster, it wasn't because it's the alumni of FBC. No, it wasn't because of that. Now, primarily because I am going to attend an event in Westminster. I have been there several times on different occasions, but for this particular one, it's specifically a Sierra Leone event. So I took that advantage to attend because it is Westminster. And guess what? It wasn't a paid event as well because it was Westminster. So again, you want to have the privilege to go in there, have access to the room, have access to the environment.
And people don't have access to all that kind of garden. That same garden.
But that's what I'm saying. No, I think the day for the diaspora events at State House, you have access not in the president's office, but within the State House building.
No, just at that ground.
Within the reception foyer, you can go to 1 or 2 floors. Yes, I remember clearly. Okay. I gained access to many places. I think that is the essence of actually hosting.
But wait me they say, I think possibly, I don't want to talk for Femi. If you put it in neutral ground, you get more people to come, more diasporans where naturally no one feel comfortable for going there. Simple. Why I say stadium now, because it's a landmark that we all can relate to. Not necessarily. It's just a neutral ground like.
Okay, a neutral ground fine, but I think
Money Hotel.
State House is not a usual venue to host like that. So
you don't see what it don't happen now. Certain people don't come. They not feel safe. They not feel comfortable. So they decided to cancel the event.
Well, it should not. You
understand? They feel threatened.
I think now this maybe I don't know why that event was cancelled, but maybe something for the insecurity of political divide make them cancel for Sunday. But I think it was for the wrong reason. It shouldn't have been done like that.
So if they invite you and right now, you don't go.
If I feel for going to State House, I'll go.
See, boy, don't tell me you go cover press conference. When I open press conference, they announce on a radio, they talk. We'll go to it and tell you.
And see the place don't full.
No, there's no name not in the list. They're not getting.
The place don't full name. No, then at the Parliament one. Then at the Parliament open.
No, not to Parliament. Then I even called the one at the Director of Communications. Me talk. I say, how would you make an announcement for all media practitioners for CAM? The work you tell me say we name not in a list. So you see, carry on, Femi. Sorry.
No, to get problem.
Oh God! I can relate things them.
So it's interesting. Yeah, I think so. Juma talked for me earlier on, and in many ways he talked right, because honestly, T-boy, hand on heart, when Dentia, so no matter whose administration we did, certain people will feel very I know use the word threatened, but they will feel very uncomfortable. For turn up now a place like that. And obviously, if you're in America and then call you for going to White House, it's different. We have a lot of or in England and call you for go 10 Downing Street or for go Parliament, it's different. But because there's a lot of processes, there's a lot of things that were there in place where they guarantee you safety. Yeah, in Sierra Leone, unfortunately, there isn't. Yeah, so certain people will not go in certain areas because they value their safety more than that. So I agree with Juma. Say a neutral area would be better, and not to just some of the people that no matter everyone for go, then they watch face. Yeah, you might say, T-boy, now you passport you entry, but that's not really true. That's not really true, because as Juma say, when you reach there, if you name not fit, if you face not fit, they might say it's a space not there, or you supposed for the register before. All carry quizzes will not be there before. You know, because if Juma go turn up there where they don't invite all media houses, all means all. So you get to make space for all man. You can't go tell the man now say it not being apply.
Because the place not full of people and they will come after.
Even there, you know, go tell. And if they tell you say the place full up is one thing, but if they tell you say your name not there, you
say name not in the list. And I saw Jaman back.
Waiting them for tell you say, una come we want all media houses them, but una need for apply for una position. But if they not state standing and state say una all come, that means to say them for don't make provision for una all. Where some mango Kenya. Where some mango Kenya trade, where in name not day for one reason or the other, they accommodate and also.
Yeah.
Then venture for them. Me I no mix. Then venture for them, they even add the name. Or name with fiber in name.
Carry on, sorry.
I know you're waiting at Vinisi.
Who said that married they not call you?
No goody.
Oh, Yando.
Dirty boy, you clean boy, you.
Oh, Yando.
Let me continue.
Now to get problem. Now to get problem. But honestly, if them will accommodate you, they're not going to turn Juma away or you T-boy away. So your passport might be the entry. Yeah, your passport might be the ticket. But sometimes you name, sometimes you affiliation, and you visa. So you might get the ticket for each, but if you not get visa, you need to inside.
Imagine right now, they say they get party in our state house. Juma about turn up. Why, yeah? Me and the diaspora. Now we will do the network diaspora correspondent in America and London. And you forget some passport. I see I know was in the for safekeeping.
But right now you get people later tell you say, if you're not a man, can I ask you back?
But you know the interesting one way I have been talking about earlier on. There are certain people within certain political party range where they refuse for participating in any activity where you face get in the public.
Yeah.
Because they get for register. So why?
Well, again, now they just show you who's kind trouble again at the country. It's very unfortunate, and we're not for laugh about that.
Yeah, because
people should not feel unsafe.
I can't come. No, T-boy, I can't even talk on the program. Oh no, T-boy, I'm not going for.
But even people waiting at tongue, when no issues, them are scared to talk. Not forget about the way they come here for go, and then a bad sign. You for afraid if they lead people them like that. You for scared. Say, if me be a leader, old man they run away from me. A problem. So it's not a joking thing, Siba. It's a serious problem.
I think it's serious. That's why I highlighted it, because I want to possibly talk a little bit around Dandy. Because I know a few people that we supposed to go salon, we decide not to go. I know a few people that we supposed for call and discuss with issues then we surrounding the issues that already happen at salon, especially this registration, but they decline based on the fact that they have to go and register themselves. So they want to be safe. Why I think then they try for avoid public platforms where they showcase their face. I know say there has been few amounts of regular protest march then we supposed to don't take place in the UK a couple of weeks or months ago, but they were all cancelled based on the fact that a huge number of people are refusing to participate in anything we get for do with their public image going on the public domain. And they feel threatened to do that, and at the same time, they get for go register Nafriton. So they decide to stay away. Why should they be scared?
Well, now the word that you don't talk so. So the government, they do and deliberately for harass people. And the one that if you say they cover then tear, so no. Some of them people here, where they deprive, where they afraid for go, they work in high offices, they talk with people, now they, now the tea room, now the kitchen, now the corridors. They talk with people and their information and now their informal conversation now they go trigger investigations then. And their investigations, they end up now they're wholly accountable. That you say people and they sabotage, then they sabotage you. Now they sabotage yourself. Because why should you be threatening people? If a whole president don't say people and then are the diaspora, you understand? So let us limit to the diaspora, because now they talk about, a whole president don't call people and say anybody who criticize and say na terrorists, na financiers of terrorists, now then they push terrorism and all of that kind of thing. What do you think that he wants to achieve? So what do they do with terrorists? We see people the way they're already in Guantanamo Bay, right?
Yeah.
We saw what happened. Their families suffered and all of this kind of thing. So that's what they are intending to do. But still, the people the way they scared for do that. Now the minority, a lot of people they go out for register, and now they have an even bigger problem. People don't come overwhelmingly for register. They don't want to register them. Then they frustrate them for register. So these are all the things to show you that if you want to build democracy, you want to build a country, they push people away. So why you feel comfortable for go give non-Sierra Leonean a passport and welcome into your country, but then they push away the one that will willingly, voluntarily, they go there without no strings attached. Then they can every 5 or 10 years. They want to come there every day, or they are involved. So Monday, from where then I workplace, we go log, clock in or whatever. Now salon they talk. Say they work done. Because if they check of people them, want for know that they do so, who that they do yanda, then calls then they make it end up go begin they even spend ways on saying not necessary for spend. But people are doing that.
Sure.
So because then it's kind for scare people away, but that would not benefit them in any shape or form. It will not.
Okay, we can definitely concern them, or we have to say necessary need for be raised because a lot of people are concerned because of that particular reason. They go on for me.
Now, I just want to talk earlier on. If we ask one question, say why then cancel this event? Somebody just text me, tell me say then cancel and because the event was for make the president can meet with people where they can't free tongue. He say if you are hide from president, now for ghost data.
Not free tongue. Thank you very much.
So that's why they cancel it because he's never there. So there's no point in inviting people and for go see and they. The matter is well done at the country. They stand more chance for Sam than country them.
Exactly.
Than for
because it is like a 10 party to Nanda. You know, like. So July 29, like the dates now. July 29, 2022.
What's going to happen on July 29, 2022?
The president's been go attend party to Nana London.
Oh, you mean this July just passed? Okay.
Yeah.
That's another story. We come to the last fly. I think we don't talk a lot about almost everything regarding the registration, the Musa Tumbo situation, and the bottleneck they get in terms of the registration process in Sierra Leone. And would also make mention of the diaspora involvement and how we say we for not just exercise we rights to register or to vote, but for also get the privilege for doing that the diaspora also we reside. And we try for urge government. This time around, I think the diaspora need for rally around. If it doesn't happen this election coming, I think we for rally around for make it happen for next election, because we know for sure it is not a difficult process if they really want it to happen, especially where technology will not be a question mark in this part of the world, and the diaspora will find itself. So we for able for at least next election after this 2023, like we able for participate in the process from where we are and make sure we do them effectively well. But look at the last topic of discussion before we wrap up the program this next. We go be with the Kenyan incident. I mean, one look we left one, but I think not to something and we need for left out because it's very important. Again, we all see the saga where they around the Kenyan inauguration of their new president, where they swear in a couple of days ago. And for records, can any one of you guys there tell me exactly when we don't get an official invitation from any East African presidential inauguration, or Kenya to be specific? We don't get any kind of invites for their inaugurations in the past, or countries of that particular region. Anybody can able for mention of anything?
I don't know. Honestly, I cannot speak to that because I get for research on that a little bit more for no. But possibly, if you ask me one thing where I would tell you, I then can say for me, then say good neighbor better pass far away from will know so. So the first person that will then go and pitch 10 tweets and then neighbor them. So they give them priority. The same happens in for West Africa as well, because now all in the same economic zone, I get a lot of the share in common. So you want to make sure that if there was a relationship, you try for strengthening and say where I come and it can break this around for Bilam. Or if there was a break in that relationship, you want to show that I'm a different person. I want to come, come for like a solidify this one for make like work for we. Now we all get business, because you get for be brothers keeper. So that's what I know. However, invitations then can open to other heads of state, depending on waiting that particular government they see. For example, the Kenyan government, they build relationship, they have, their own networks, and then they look at economic interest as well. What would I benefit from you and what would you benefit from me? So they'll begin talk one term over that drink and all of those kind of thing, that glass of wine or whatever they will serve there. But we only different. I think ours was different. What we saw, the video not tell the whole picture.
No, but before Candy, look, we just go through the protocol of the process.
Mm-hmm.
So when an event like this happens, what sort of protocol do the host nation will go through in terms of extending their hands of invitation to the country that we make mention of, way then at the sub-region outside and commerce, for example, East Africa, West Africa, and South Africa, or North Africa? What's not the process? The process, ideally, it can be, say, in a protocol way, either they serve the protocol and either they administer the protocol.
They will send an invite.
Okay.
In whichever form, I don't know, depending on the country, the event and things. But they will send you an invite and then get a confirmation, because he wants to confirm who is coming. Is the president coming, or is he going to send a deputy or a representative or delegation? Because once they come, then security dinner you earn. So they want to make sure they cater for you depending on who that they come. You know, one for the president's guy go put them bakery, you understand? Or get a maximum security and all of those things, because a lot of things can happen.
Yeah.
Where you didn't have that person country. So once they don't confirm, then they add in a list of people where they come. Now, may you talk now, so say state out, then say they get list. No, so
yeah,
you're not in a list. So it's the same kind of thing. When you go there, your name has to be on the list. They attach vehicle to you, they attach people and bodies the way they know for say they are not responsible for coordinate you and your team for as long as you did it. Simple. The Motuka, where they announced, then they call the president of the Ivory Coast. Then they call the vehicle the way they can. So you get post where they announce. Always happen at Salon during, if people can remember, during an Eskroma inauguration, during Madabio inauguration, it's the same thing that happens in Kenya. So you know the people where they can, you get a list of them, you send people where they go collect them at the airport, where they accompany them, just like how they can at UN. So okay. Different.
So is it a choice to make as a leader of a country or an individual to attend an event like that, even if you're not invited?
Yeah, that is odd. It is odd. If it happens like that, it is odd.
Why do you think it is odd?
Because you are equal. You understand? Okay. You're not president. You need to go side where they not call you. Not to stroll, you go stroll. It's not a beach where you just decide, say, I go walk down beach today. No. Or I go up Leicester Peak. No. You go there, then call you. Yes, fam.
So in answer to that, Nijuba, Tibo, it's called protocol. Right. Elder statesman, allow. Well, I'm not gonna say not allowed. He shouldn't just turn up. Even if they not invite him for say, and he won't go, waiting for the happen. We foreign office for don't contact them and tell them say the power and come.
Yeah, we get high commission.
They make provision for that. You can't just turn up, because when you, as a head of state, we reach another man country, the administration are responsible for your safety.
Correct.
So then they have to provide you the necessary safety. So if they don't see the cam, if you just jump in a private plane and land, it creates problem. You're not supposed to be. And our country or administration ought to know better. This is not a simple mistake. It's not, even when they can say Boris lost na the country, end up na we still continue. Ukraine. It was all planned.
Exactly.
They just kept it away from, we only hide them because obviously it was top secret from Mickey Richley. Not to say it wasn't planned. Everybody will be need for no. But in this case, it clearly looked like certain people they don't know. People who got talking about surprise. The name was mispronounced. Citizen being there. It seemed like a diplomatic disaster.
You saying that, I saw something written by the press secretary for the government of Sierra Leone. Okay? The presidential press secretary. I laughed. So he spent time, say, His Excellency, they go. Say they invite him. If you watch the press release or the statement we make, he said, except if I not read, I'm fine. He said the president, they go. Then try for make the thing look like this kind powerful thing. Even Biden send delegation, and for justify why the president they go. Now for justify the PADM, say they go there because they don't say Biden they go. Say Biden send delegation by this person. Who's one of your own business about Biden? If you are announcing that your president has been invited to honor or to witness the inauguration of the new the president-elect for Kenya, then we will understand. But you coming to equate that to the United States, what is our problem? So we'll ask you the next question. President Biden was there? No, he sent a delegation. We have a high commissioner in Kenya. We get high commissioner there. So you can send the high commissioner. And you travel, not just you, but you travel with other government ministers. So whether you go there for other thing, and then you decide for just show up, they will not embarrass you because like how Femi say protocol, but diplomacy come into play. But you were not catered for. That's what it shows, not a mistake. Because there are so many things that will tell you before the fact, say you were not catered for. They make a whole flyer that these are the president or this Nigerian country has to go be represented. We not see no West African country there. Even ECOWAS chairman or president, no did it. You understand? They listed the countries and the people and then put their pictures. They don't have the official flyer. That's one. Two, the Kenya State House, then it lists all the people where they go, either the presidents, them, prime ministers, or their representative by name, not by country. Sierra Leone was not listed.
Okay, so what to make you feel say primarily the president attend this event? In your opinion, because I might not know exactly the reason why.
Let me say this again. It come back to the same thing where African Express on Tenendeke reports. Yeah, the president gets stripped away the waka for whatever reason we don't know. Okay. Yes.
Music the way they talk about chilling with the big boys.
Yeah.
You are
so that is one. So again, possibly the deception it go work now you country. But you know they able to deceive other people outside. They have ways of doing things. Kenya, they way yonder. Where they talk about countries, they use as examples for Africa.
Yes,
Kenya, the Rwandas, the Lesothos, the Botswana, the South Africa, and so on and so on and so forth. And they have their reasons why. Because Botswana, Lesotho, then a middle income country they force. Not a developing country, middle income. Who say the Westman country then they now they something and they 50, 40 something. That is where they are. These are African countries first. So they have their own respect. True. They get their own respect. Yeah, it's true. You get yes, sir.
You answer Salon a developing country.
Well,
not even developing country. Not developing country.
I want.
So we dey go by waiting.
You answer Salon a developing country. When something they develop, it means to say Today better pass yesterday.
Yeah, well, for a while, Sierra Leone was a developing country. I don't know about today. Yeah. So, but as far as we can remember, the last rating, Sierra Leone was a developing country. So, with all that we talk about, they were facing a cowboy business. The world does not operate that way. And there are other things. This is a regime change. If presidents pick phone and call you, say, you know, I'm inviting you, blah, 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 or you don't call, like, congratulate and they say they invite you. Now, a whole different ball game because they get a personal assistant. The moment they talk to you, the personal assistant, and they begin take notes and do the necessary protocols we get for happen for let them call you go there. For let we see that video, and the president-elect was very, you know, not even change himself. He say, I have been informed. Okay, say we get other friends. That are the one that we go, how they call them, party crashers. You understand? Other friends, but they only mention you.
Thank you. That was my question.
They don't mention other friends.
That's it.
So for let it in diplomacy, for let it not look too bad, they say other friends. Then I will go there.
If they have named more than him,
yes,
then I go understand.
Then an afterthought.
Yes,
they forget. But you they not forget you because if they forget you at the speech, they're not going to forget you at the flyer. They're not going to forget for mention because this is a high profile thing. This president self-elect when they come in, he want show for say he already don't begin get relationship with other presidents because a new kid in the block.
Yeah.
Although we don't be vice, but a new kid in the block. So he want for belong. But he not go. Did you see Macky Sall there?
No.
Okay. Macky Sall now the AU chair right now. Kufo, you see, and the Guinea-Bissau guy, we been go salon, when I ECOWAS chair or whatever, you see, and they, no, you didn't see them. So ours went, pumped up, now so chest high, choop.
Yeah, but I still want to forget some background knowledge of why he made the visit. I still don't understand why.
So, again, let me don't tell you want to chill with the big boys, other things are happening. Let's go to something here. I hear certain things, I don't know it for a fact. We have voter registration going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where iPads came from?
Kenya.
Okay. The iPads are what they use for that midterm census. Kenya, right? How many times we president don't visit Kenya before now in the last 4 years?
I think that Kenya is the first country we visit when it take over office, and then you don't visit that maybe I think twice. Apart
So
from that.
2 or 3 times within the last 4 years.
So is he the one trying to create the bilateral relationship or the other way around?
So within me, I don't know if it's true or not, but time will tell that the outgone in the support the Huawei loss, not be the supporting vice. And we know the relationship will be done build with president and the outgone. And the Huawei don't come out for a year or so, they're not be even allowed at the State House. So now it don't win. So somebody they go now for say last see bala kana so la go the end na Tibo in area in fence. So then Tibo go call me na in room for kite. I the pass na I the pass near Tibo and say we the pass go pass canon. If na UK na crime the police they call here parliament. Which they do loyalty.
So basically it is time for build bridges with the...
It is a possibility. I don't know it for a fact. I just say I'm based on the conversations that really go around. It may not be true.
I personally think personally think I need to find out the reason why he made the visit. Even though he is not officially invited, but why would you take such calculated risk?
So let me ask you something. Have you seen anyone from government coming out to clarify and explain? Official government.
They don't have to, because, well, obviously, if
they don't have to with that kind of scandal.
No. If it was official that it was a typographical or technical error made by the Kenyan authorities, I know for sure.
Thank you.
The Minister of Information.
Thank you.
Will be on air.
Thank you.
For debunk the situation.
Thank you.
But in this situation, you cannot debunk an international.
Thank you. Now make us say cowboy business go work na salon, they will deception, they will outside yonder. Yes, sir.
Ojuma, didn't we not see a letter, an invitation letter?
A forged letter.
You see, you.
May I tell you one time off the block?
I don't mix so. I'm asking you a question. Answer me question. I can't put word on my mouth. Did we not see a letter showing, say, the invite with president for go the inauguration? Did we not see that?
I saw one, but the reason why I cannot go one for make, because we don't know whether that was something being propagated by the government for justify. And if it is, that's embarrassing.
No, but Juma, what thing make me go question than the with Femi question? Now the fact say one, we see the pictures then where the president take where he been there at the platform, right? We see picture of them where they land at the airports with their official greetings from the authorities of the Kenyan government.
Not from the airport.
We see any amount of motorcade we accompany them to their residence of Usai Pogoputo.
We see the motor car. Now I don't know Usai whether a stadium down there or wherever. Because say one thing people have to understand, them vehicles they can park na do. Right? When they don't come, yanda, they use the same vehicle then for go take una. If they don't get enough. But again, that come back to the same thing. That is why they need advance notice for know who's coming and how many people, because they have this now logistical thing. Okay. Sierra Leone, when we want to host ours, when we also pull vehicles, not all the way Senegal, or wherever. Now they will pull vehicles there with them bring come, because they want for cater for make sure say all man attached. Exactly.
Yeah. So on protocol, will it be appropriate or inappropriate for a sitting president for know how to pronounce the name of all the guests that will come?
They teach you. Even the one that will not talk English, then they teach you.
Okay.
You will not miss it that bad.
What was the name that was handed over to President William Ruto when he was making his unexpected announcement for saying we have surprise friends that are here to grace this occasion? What's in the name way he actually pronounced? Is it the same name that was
I go there for research waiting Nado mean Swahili, but I'm not able to forget that. So that is what I really want to find out, if it's a Swahili word and what it means. I am very much interested in if it gets any similar thing to is Swahili kind of thing,
Was the president's reading from a script written?
It was, yeah.
Okay, so basically you will not jump lines.
Exactly.
I just want to know.
Wait. Femi are the experts for Kenya. Femi, how Kenyans them I know say possibly then get you know, their own accents, like we say. How do they pronounce M na N? From your experience talking to them, then they mispronounce. You know, some people lack, right?
You see, this about them call Juma. You really want to give me 3 foods?
No, I'm just asking genuine, just like antibody asks.
I don't know. I have quite a lot of Kenyans. I have quite a lot of Kenyan friends. You know, some they I work with, some I go school with, and you know, I can't answer that question. But what I go say is the one that we miss are highly educated. They speak wonderful English. They read very well. And they pronounce exceptionally well. And they would not misplace an M and an N.
Go for like say from Mada to Nado, Bio.
Well, sometimes remember Gambian president.
Then a barrow.
Now the shortest way for make by you.
Nado by.
Okay, now it takes me to the next question. Will you be able to find out and get a transcript of the President William Ruto in speech on that day?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay, because that will be another strong evidence to say it wasn't part of the delegation. But overall, how do you think this will go down?
So let me tell you, diplomatically, the Kenyan government would try to do something
for mitigate the situation.
Yes, because you see, I don't think there are arrogant people like that. Except if we want to go demand, then it's a whole different scenario. But you don't want to put yourself in that situation and put others in that ugly situation, because that's not in we do so. Even if possibly there be one for let we presidents go, then so the speech there, 47 minutes actually, sorry.
Transcript.
Yeah, no, not able to get the transcript yet. So even if them be one for, let's say they invite them, the invitation late and all of those other things, there are still ways them way them for be able for mitigate that. But I don't know, it's difficult to explain. Trust
so me. What do you feel is going to be the impact, outcome of situation like this towards we as a nation, and in regards to how Kenyan authorities will look at Sierra Leone as a nation?
Well, I'll just continue. Well, we don't know it yet. You know, still no left room for find out some other things then they will no. But from which they see, it is embarrassing. Some of us, like how Femi say, we get close people into when are Kenyans there. You know, and they follow events that happens in our country. You know,
so you don't get any feedback from you in Kenya and relationships the way you get in Kenya as friends or colleagues that you work with? And I know you get a very strong influence in Kenya anyway. If we want to know the facts, we know the facts. But we'll find out that one off the records later on. Go on, Femi.
No, so I haven't spoken to any of my Kenyan associates, friends about this incident, because it's kind of embarrassing for me. I think that, you know, diplomatically we not try. I think our foreign ministry and we ambassador we get na Kenya, like ambassador get or high commissioner.
High commissioner.
We high commissioner. They really need for can answer certain questions them. And whatever advice we president say, it will be okay again. So remember with them frog match them people front cutting tree. They teach them. some of them people also will for begin do that to them, because then they make with content, they make with they look silly in the international world. So answering your question, no, I don't. I've tried not to engage them on this, but I'm sure that one of them will try and engage me. But I think, say, waiting go happen going forward, I believe, say, knowing the Kenyan people, most of the then go take responsibility for what happen. Not necessarily say not true, but for make the dust settle. Then go say yes, he was invited. There was some issues, and then they deal with the issue. Then and it won't happen again. And then apologize to the president and the people of Sierra Leone. And by next tomorrow, most of the world don't forget about the incident because of that apology day. I believe that that go happen diplomatically. But until say we know what side stone, we there. We know they go non side. We know they forget. We go remind them. We then go and make the same mistake other time. The Queen in begging the candy 19. I wonder if the guest list don't come out.
Okay, I don't get it. I
wonder if some man the name go in at the guest list for the Queen in begging.
I don't get the transcript. Yeah, it's 24 pages. So I look. Go they talk no more, but I watch now for some.
No, it's 24 pages.
No, they just
browse because they're all good inside one bomb. But just do a quick search on salutation on the president's speech. Because at the end of the day, because I want to look to wrap up now, but by doing so, I go look for make we do a quick recap on everything we don't talk about so far and how we decide for push the conversation going forward, especially when it comes to the registration process in Sierra Leone, and also the Musa Tumbo incident, and also the diaspora and the involvement in active politics in Sierra Leone in terms of our registration and ability to vote from the diaspora. Also just for collecting money no more. So I want to say today we don't spend a lot of time talking about all the issues they have to, because if you say now burning issues, then we really need for discuss, because if we not discuss them, nobody will possibly sit down, decide and make decisions. Say we need to talk about anything there. So thank you. Then they say na bokuto kuna ria na normal ripa bokuto kuna kaso kuna can begin follow the process. Let's follow the process. Look, we watch the process and like we be part of the process. But we can still be part of the process. We can still follow the process. We can still execute some of the process wherever we are. We don't necessarily have to be in Sierra Leone, because we didn't have the global village network right now with technology to make it easy for me to do some of this we do so right now, and also make we able for engage with other parts of the world we will not physically meet for that in person. And some of their engagement there also is technically being done. So basically we have a government that is full of technical experts when it comes to IT, that is full of people who have engaged a lot more online in terms of raising awareness and concerns about some of the things that we don't become of so much benefits to them over the past couple of years. And we don't see them make good use of the social media platforms that really exist. So in that regards, they're able to forget technology at their fingertips, because they're always ready to discuss, to distribute and disseminate information via social media. So why not make that same access, make that access the very easy for other areas of participation, because you want everybody to be involved. Again, we highlight some of the concerns then doing the census registration or census data collection. We've been getting serious issues of concern in regards to verification of what makes you, or who has the right or authority to disqualify you as a Sierra Leonean, or would I get the rights for make sure still and verify you to be a Sierra Leonean? And what are some of these criteria? Even though the criteria were flawed at some point, because most of them were not blueprints of what you're supposed to follow, it was based on discretion. It was discretional reasons then for the person where now you register for make them decision and they based on what in feel at that particular point in time. But we're not going to continue for say, we're not going to listen to what people need to say. We're not going to continue for say, we're not going to take action in terms of asking questions about how the process is going to be run. We're not going to stop for continue for question the way and manner at which then they continue for run the process. But if we say we take a step back, then we create more problems because we give them people in the leverage way they run the registration process for make massive mistakes which will affect we in the future. Over to you, Juma. See you, if you want to say something.
Thank you, T-Boy. So as we wind down and you say let's talk about some of the issues them here, I just want for link, you see. Things then they happen for a reason. We talked about diaspora issues here, right?
Yeah.
And we talk about the theatrics which with presidents going to Kenya and possibly we think say he has not been invited and stuff. Mm-hmm. But this shows how Kenya valued their diasporans. Okay. President on day one, the president of Kenya, William Ruto, I think paragraph 51, he said this, I read that for we in his speech. He said, we have elevated our diaspora to be the 48th county. The complaint has been that the diaspora has not received the attention they deserve. The focus has been on remittances, while their fundamental rights as citizens have been neglected. To correct this oversight, I pledge to A, elevate diaspora issues at a ministry level, B, strengthen diaspora services in all embassies, C, work with parliaments to set up a committee that will exclusively deal with diaspora issues, D, set up a mechanism for public participation by the diaspora, E, work closely with the IEBC to expand and enhance diaspora participation in elections.
Well, case closed. If Kenya were a developing African country, one statement for me, Kenya now waiting. No, they are developing. They improve every other year, gradually. So they are developing. They are not yet at that level the way Juma be explained, but you say to them, they know each other.
Botswana.
And in Botswana for sure they are developing. So basically, if they are seeing themselves like a developing nation, even though they are far ahead of us, way miles and miles ahead of us, but then they still feel safe. And imagine they still have a lot of influence with the diaspora. They still get a lot of facilities during the diaspora, but then they still add more value for reinforce the involvement of the diaspora. Now, then they even go to the extent for create a ministry we get for deal with diaspora affairs. But not just that, they don't also put a lot of other measures that we go there in place for get diaspora and they're actively involved in the economy and running of the country itself to the extent that they even facilitate them now for get right for votes and participate in elections. I guarantee.
But we they do the reverse.
Well, we don't do the reverse. We do the reverse.
Close the diaspora office. Threaten diasporans and say if una can so go lock una de open una de active. Put cyber law for attack diasporans. Everything the reverse. The only thing they do continuously na diaspora remittances. And then the back who send them bring and kaubaya.
Okay, Juma, thank you very much for highlighting that. I know it's a different thing you will go for GoFund, but a good way you dig down there up. But please make that document accessible to us so we'll be able to read through it ourselves and find out exactly whether there was anything mentioned about our President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Dr. What's his name? Julius.
Huh?
No, Dr. Julius Nado Bayo. All right, let's round up. Femi, over to you. What will be your last word for today's program?
So, we don't talk about fly, and uninvited guests, and etc. Our left handy now. I want to go back to, we beginning. So we begin before. Where would they talk about Musa and the issues in Musa don't get. Just now, when ask me about me Kenyan friends and waiting and see about this thing. It took me back to a few days ago. I spoke to a Nigerian friend where he see the video and he asked me exactly about the story, so I explained again. He said to me, one of the things that we they feel for doing in Africa, now for look after people them, we get certain issues. Footballers in general, after they non left for play football. And he made a comment about a footballer who represents Nigeria at the highest level in the America World Cup. I think it's be World Cup 90. When he scored a goal, he go inside the net, he dey shake the net. The player named Rashid Yekini. That guy, according to this Nigerian friend, should have been hailed a hero because of what Nigeria doing at that World Cup day. And not that goal they no more scored, the other goal them, but that goal day in particular. Because up to today, when they advertise the World Cup, they will not, the world of FIFA will not fail to play shots of Rashid Yekini holding the net after he scored the goal, and they announce, say, America! Now the Rashid Yekini, this one have been a rebot. I don't know if exactly that's what he said, but you can imagine the guy, the spirit, and everything. He was allowed to go back to Nigeria and die a pauper. A pauper T-boy. This is a name where we all sabi around the world. All with man and sabi this name around the world. They allowed him to die a pauper. This is Nigeria we better pass wheel. So imagine now na Sierra Leone. Imagine how many other, I want to say how many other Musa Tumbos that we don't get. But until we not get them. Yeah, but how many other sportsmen and women them we for one reason or another didn't make it or made it, but then injury or retirement or something happened. Outside and they did like today. The resources them for support them people also. Where are they in Sierra Leone? Because we don't have a professional league, as I said before. But what we do have, we have a lot of money coming from FIFA for different areas them for football in Sierra Leone. From grassroots football to women's football to disabled football. All these things, before I say now, the able-bodied man in football, have been funded with millions and millions and millions of dollars. What's happening to all the money then they? Can't our administrations put things in place so that when we get footballer them, other athletes them, or other people them get certain issues them, that they have the right support. And in Musa Tumbo in case, I hope that somebody steps in. We go able for provider with some guidance, some support, some psychological help. We mean say for just maybe talk to them and find out if there's any issues them we need medical intervention, or if he might just need a shoulder to cry on. He might just need an ear. But we get so many people in our salon when yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, instead of telling you the truth. So sometimes Musa has a lot of those people around him. Rather than people away, go tell and say, me man, you go vex for me no more, but how you behave so no right. and make you understand Andy. So there's many issues there within the Musa Tumbo thing. I think say na a project on a show where I think say we for do entirely on its own and get possibly key stakeholders them for Carlo can discuss them properly, because you never know. Somebody by listening to our show, somebody by watching his videos might just be able to help. We might even go and volunteer and help to Musa for no money at all. A professional I'm talking about, because I don't think say in family have the capability to help him the way he needs help at the moment. On that note today, I want to say thank you to all we viewers them. We could watch we today, a wiki watch we usually. Unawe new, unawe olo, we gladly for getting on our platform. If you're new, go like our Facebook page, subscribe to our YouTube page, and like our shows. We get tons of other shows them. So if you don't watch this one, you enjoy them, just go through the catalog. I'm sure so you go find other show then we go like. But for Una where they join you on a regular, our stats them, we can pull the stats them. Our stats show that most of you guys or watchers are repeat viewers, but very few of you are our subscribers or followers. So something that we can do abrupt shows them. If you know register, if you know not register, remember the registration process. If you not subscribe to the YouTube channel, or if you not like our Facebook channel, you might miss certain shows them. And when it's live, it's fun. You they talk and the chat with all everybody else. So we encourage you now for go like. It doesn't cost anything. Just click the like button, click the subscribe button. So we're going to see now and then. On that note, I pass now back to T-Boy. Good night for now.
Thank you very much, Femi. I like the way how you end with the Musa Tumbo situation. I think that's also very crucial. And we get for look into a bit further down the road and delve more into the issues relating to the current professional and ex-players that we don't participate in the active game. We possibly don't retire now and the one day we play. So we get for look into that, like you said, a very serious issue, because we don't see the mental state of some of them and we're not quite happy. And I mentioned earlier on when the program starts, say, we for begin looking to some of them issues they are, so for we pro them and the one day we don't retire, because the history behind it is not good. We don't want to see the repeat of any other Musa Tumbo in the future to come, and we also don't want to see the repeat on any of the veterans them compared to the one that we don't pay less attention to, we don't pass away. Some of them are still there alive. How we able for come back and change their lives, because they've been one-time heroes of the country. We cannot just forget and abandon them, because it will not serve well for those who are still playing, because if they're not able to put themselves in a better position, they're not able to get a sustainable lifestyle when the career ends. Like you clearly mentioned, the Rashidi Yekini, there are a few more other Nigerian players than we are like destitute right now. We're not able to survive. We struggle for survival because some of them get involved into some business, they will rackets them, so they're able for grapple back again and do anything with their life. Some of them were duped by their pastors and their senior statesmen. We get them for involved in things that we work in his name. Some of them just abuse the fund and we them get access to. Again, the able for put them into any good use. So that's a very serious issue. For we ex-pro them and we pro them where they play the game, when they play the game. They could able to see how they able to manage their situation. We're not get for babysit them, we're not get for child mind them, but at least we'll be able to guide them and put them in a position where we will not for say they will be able to represent as statesmen in the past or statespeople in the past. We don't serve the country. We see a lot of that they happen at the diaspora. In the UK especially, you have most of the ex-professional players and some of them ending career early. We don't actively involved in football pundits, and they actually do commentary and they talk about the game, and they use them for help and improve and make the game become still friendly to the younger generation. And we feel say if they don't have anything else to do, but at least they have football as a career. But we will discuss that one day, like you say, clearly within the next couple of weeks or months to come. So over to you, Juma.
All right. Thank you so much, T-Boy, and thank you to our viewers and listeners all over. We appreciate Tuna, and thanks T-Boy and Femi for leading the way today. Not able for Camp Creek, but I think it's been an interesting conversation. Everything we'll talk about borders around the country and how people see and treat we, how we treat we self and how other people go treat we. So you therefore value yourself for the other people and value you. The Musa Tumbo situation, unique with them, but that just they show how we do as country, how we care about each other. Do we want to see everyone fail, or are we there to help people that has potential for make them go and achieve, their ultimate way down they will end up benefit Sierra Leone? I can always look for, make reference to other people. Today, we saw one guy who was playing backyard football, waiting opportunity present him. He was lucky to take that opportunity because he was surrounded by good people. At the end of the day, where did he go back? At the time where the country needed most, he go there, where he succeed, able for helping country, and able for help other people there. Now, he's leading his country. George Weah. So, George Weah, you see Musa Tumbo. I'm not saying that everybody get for reach at that level, but he came out, he made Liberia proud. People didn't know about Liberia, but he made Liberia proud. He made Africa proud. They call him names. He struggled, but he was able to succeed because other people let him surround him. He helped other players, including we own Mohamed Kalon. Then they together, they formed their units, with other African players. And we saw what they did. They raised funds to help, Africa. He did a lot to support the African, Liberia football team during the war eras. In single-handedly, they fund them because he was given an opportunity and he was guided to succeed. Now he's the president of the country. So we all for surround Musa Tumbo. Now one person, but in need we all help. Not to for bash him, for help him let succeed. Because if he succeed, he proud, you understand, we say being will benefit from that. But if he not succeed, he fail, now Salon they become a laughing stock. Mohamed Kalon, we're all hailing him because, we've been didn't and the people they help him he succeed. He's giving back, not to magic. That's what it is. So therefore invest in people. In the UK, that's what they say, invest in people. Not so? That's what they mean. That you therefore help other people and team up, and the best of them will support others. For elections and the registration process, ECSL, you have to do what is right. What you're doing will not benefit you, and it will benefit Salon, and posterity will not judge you right. And if you think you're going to go away unpunished, that'll be a mistake. And of course, for the international scandal and embarrassment, I won't say thing. To all the listeners then, God bless Una and good night.
Thank you very much, Juma, for that closing remarks. I need to say thing. Well, no, I can't afford not for saving, because if I afford not for saving, that means I need to do justice to you. Because you now one person we need be left nothing undone. You always get for say something. But I'm very much surprised and amazed that this particular one you decide for say thing. But thing safe, that's something. So you for that say I need the left and so. Thank you very much, viewers, for being active tonight. And I know say the chat room them very active. We got a lot of people who don't participate in making their own suggestions and making their own comments and saying things that they believe is good and what we should follow and what we should listen to. Again, everybody rights for express your views and your concerns about the topic they already talk about. And unfortunately, I see Mr. Keita make a comment say Papa passed away some time ago, but he did not receive any kind of respect from the authorities of sport in Sierra Leone. I would say on behalf of the Sierra Leone media team, we will extend our condolences to the loss of your papa. And you say now one of the first people and we receive medal for the country. But by the time I asked which particular sports in discipline was that. But again, some of them think they are so now something that we the Sierra Leone's either Ministry of Sports or the Sporting Association for deal with. But at the same time, sometimes there is no background historical record for people to go back to and see what are some of the achievements of.
So in Papa name is say Apollo Suma.
Yeah, Apollo Suma, but now the sport way he participates for now the time for us for. So definitely we'll dig that later on anyway. But I just want to make mention, say, we forget we past heroes then. But can you imagine if we did this with present heroes then, what we would do about the past heroes then? Because with present heroes then, they are faced with challenges then we sometimes not been they exist 20, 30, 40 years ago. But we're not able to give them that kind of moral, physical, emotional support they would then deserve. So now imagine what in some of the heroes them in the past when they go through, and especially those days where sport not really pay them nothing, then they primarily do sports just for the interest of the game and also for represent their country. It has been very challenging and difficult for people and we fall under that category there if you go and forgo 20 years back. But things are changing, things are evolving. So we get to begin look at things differently and see how we're able for support and make sure say we at least participate and engage in some of the activities the way they happen around we ex-professionals them and we current professionals them. I want to also say thank you about the whole discussion hold on gets on the registration process. Are we really in a position to fail as a nation? Because these are some of the things that are very much concerning where they change the atmosphere of the political positions they will want to take in Sierra Leone. For example, if your political party is supposed to win the next election or supposed to lose the next election, now we'll go for begin determine the process of registration. If we begin fail within the process of registration, what do we expect come election day? What do they expect? We'll go ready for begin for distribute with voter ID card. Does it mean that somebody will name Joseph Sise go carry an ID card we name Mrs. Joseph Sise? Does it mean that we'll get people that we get for name Kadia Tukagbo, where they carry an ID card we say Mr. Kadia Tukagbo? Or we get for begin look at anything there so very seriously because we might think these are like minor issues, but these are the issues that will determine who is going to be our next president, who is going to determine who is going to be our next parliamentarian, who is going to be our next mayor. Can you imagine? There are names of mayoral candidates them already in existence, but that's going to be another different topic of discussion we'll go deal with within the next couple of weeks. Because what is the problem with our entry level in everything that we do? If you look at the amount of recruitment being done by this particular electoral board, is it based on their criteria to say they're qualified? Is it based on the fact that they are party pickings or party brothers and sisters? Is it based on the fact that they have the right qualification? What are the entry level for me to be able to get access for them at this position within this? So, like I said earlier on, if we deliberately they accept say this problem, we're going to make it the way it is right now. For make it well, that's a problem. But if also the people that were responsible for deliver this particular process here so not even get an idea, that's even a bigger problem. So let's look into this problem and see how best we can able to find a solution going forward, because whatever decision that we are going to make within the next 4 or 6 weeks to come, if they extend the registration period, will determine who we're going to have as the next president of Sierra Leone, will determine the geographical location in terms of registration, in terms of participation of the people that were actively involved in the political decision making in Sierra Leone. So we have to be very mindful of that. And we can out to the thing way we all the fight for within the diaspora. For like we get our rights, for make people for register and vote from the country they will and we save in the diaspora. Because if we get access there, it will save we a lot of hassle, save we a lot of money, it will save we a lot of other challenges there way sometimes you don't need for travel for go free on 3 times a year because you want for go no more, just for go exercise you right for register and vote. That's not twice. Every 5 years you go for make that trip there. Where sometimes you go use that money there for even invest in a salon, it will be beneficial for create more job creation for people that will not get access to work. So like we able to see, and also we don't miss this particular one, we'll not be able to do any kind of thing right now for make sure say we participate actively in the electoral process when it happen for the next election from the diaspora. But at least look we bear in mind say next election come 2028 Juma.
Yeah.
That's not the election where I fit so for target as people that within the diaspora for make we get access for register and vote. Now the various different countries they will friend we say because it can also be our own right to participate actively regardless whether we are not in Sierra Leone or not.
But then they go only possible if we make the right choice these elections come.
Well, hopefully. Again, I will not determine that will be only possible because the right choice might be made, the wrong choice might be made. But as diaspora, that's not for stop we for participate actively wherever we are in the diaspora. Not because of the wrong fault or the shortfalls of this current situation. Wolf, and we say we will determine. Now what's funny now?
This guy is very interesting. Sorry, T-Boy.
Okay, so basically we're going to look at things very seriously and see how we're able to move forward and get involved in the political dispensation in Sierra Leone as people from the diaspora. Well, of course, I will continue for fly. I will continue for going to place the way they invite me, where they invite me. It is my political right as the leader of this particular.
No, call. So somebody on that right day is say, then they invite the ex-president for go observe the elections. So this one say, instead they go show power, say, in at the inauguration, they go. So now that man puts up on troubles. Now to it is so. Now Dr. John Idris right?
Well, Dr. John Idris don't make a lot of statements in what he within the past couple of days. We're very interesting.
Yeah.
But then we'll leave that for another discussion. But definitely, I will continue to do whatever I need to do because I think it's my right as the president of the Republic of Sierra Leone. And you want to jealous me on an above case, on a business, and I continue for jealous me no more because I'll continue to do the thing the way I feel to say that my rights for make a do. So I want to say thank you once more to all the people who follow me, all the people who contribute to the chat group, and all the people who watch me. And I continue for subscribe to the pages they all get online. And I also continue for engage with you. And I give you ideas of discussion, then we definitely will sit around the table and discuss and bring them back on the platform and talk about their issues. Then we have a couple of interviews, profile interviews coming up within the next couple of weeks, and also we might come up with so many other surprises of events that really happen. So if you not subscribe, if you not like our page, you won't be able to have those instant reaction live events that we get. And I believe, say for sure, we have a couple of them coming up within the next couple of days. So they are not yet confirmed, but definitely we can confirm them on the day. We can confirm them an hour before we go live. So we'll be in the position to do that. So please continue for Leku page and continue for share the program they will get. So I will say thank you once more to everyone. And I hope say we will get a peaceful weekend coming. And for those who are possibly planning to attend the Queen's funeral, it's your choice, it's your obligation. If you think you have to do it, please do it wisely. If you get for queue up, the queue is going to be like 24 hours before it's your turn to possibly view, if you want to view the Queen's laying out session at Westminster. So definitely we might be there as well, but still we're putting things in place. We'll get ourselves ready properly so that we'll be able to make our own broadcast on our own. We'll be able to do as usual. So until next week, I want to say thank you very much to everybody watching, and we will come back with another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic. From myself and the entire Sierra Leone media team, I want to say thank you and bye-bye.
My name is Femi Claudius Cole. I'm the chairperson for the Consortium of Progressive Political Party, we will call COP, and also chairperson for Unity Party. This registration process we don't start. We get some concerns. We in a COP get concerns. The first concern we get are concerning first-time voters. First-time voters, this is not the very first experience this way they get by election business. And we want when they begin for register so today, for let them go they register and for let them go they vote, so they go. So how they experience this registration today, now you go know if next time then go come out for cancan register. Then they encounter, then they meet up beaucoup problem then. Where we want do you and beg with a beg, let neck address them problem there, where them first time voters they are then they meet. One, then they left them a line long. And some of them, then they college, some of them, then they school. Then when they don't wait in a line long, they reach now for go do the registration. Then they tell them say, they know they take, they WASC, they know they take them Becker result, and beaucoup, they not agree take them birth certificate. Now we want for appeal to NEC. If issue they but birth certificate, let them engage with Registrar General, let them iron her out now. But if Pekin don't get in birth certificate, you don't get in certificate back from WASC or Becker, we don't understand again why then they refuse her. But then they not done. Again, when they go bring big person from their community come verify them, then they reject them back. With the Yeri say councillors, then they reject them. This I don't get from the councillors, then safe. Say then they reject them. Chief, then they reject them. Imam, then say imam for face ID. Chairman for in area, then they reject them. So we want to really make an appeal to NEC. We already get guidelines and UDAT and how person for verify somebody will not get documentation. So we want for appeal to NEC. Let we go with what in the book say. Let we go with what we been don't agree, what we don't talk about. If a councillor come, you not go tell and say now one person no more if for verify for the day. If that be so, that means to say now new rules then una they make us we they go along. Imam come, all man na the line don't tell you say now we imam this now we mosque. Una refuse for register the people and say because they not get ID. So this verification one become a very big issue and a very big problem. We go put the first time voters there off completely. So before this can turn a serious problem, this first week, with the appeal to NEC, let we solve this verification issue once and for all, not for win a free tongue no more, across the country. Let all man don't know say, now this and this and this person, now for verify, and una get that book. The one that we not get no documentation at all. Now, we all know say Sierra Leone, we don't get several issues. We don't get mudslide, we don't get flooding, we don't get fire, we don't get so many disasters then. As recently as a few weeks back. People then don't lost their documentation. Somebody go on a line where they talk fluent Limba, it tell you say I don't lost something. Whether it been registered before or not, NEC, we want for big una go all out for make sure say una verify say yes this person is Sierra Leonean, yes in chief don't verify am, una register them. The first time voter issue is a very big one. So we want for make una take that very, very seriously and then one day we not get no documentation at all. We get an issue with una equipments. Then they call, even we own agents and don't call for say this place, they don't get power bank. They don't get power supply. The cameras then they unbog. The thumbprints machine back then they unbog. People they're not able to register. We feel say these are issues that we can solve very easily. So I want to put on under this process, una ensure, and even areas where would they get complaints, say people they don't volunteer their own generator, personal generator. una get coordinators the way they reject them. This process now we all get them. If we all not put an under them, it not go come out successful. So we want for appeal to NEC. We get an issue with accommodation. By that I mean, inside the way una don't go make arrangements say, na ya people then for register, na yanda people then for register. This on behalf of the one the way they wait for register plus una self your staff. We don't observe areas the way then they face, they all look glad for assist them. Some areas then they lock gates pan them. Christchurch is one, Boxing is one, they don't get a friendly atmosphere to una staff. So I don't know how una make una arrangements with them, but una revisit that area there because we still get a long way for go. So then areas they will get accommodation issue. I beg una address and one thing. Let we not wait till the process done, then we want for begin for cry, stay roof. At the time of closing, we they observe say by 4 o'clock, despite in some centers, then don't start late, then at 4, then they close the line. Then they take only people that will get ID cards. Now, if all man don't equally left in market, don't left in school, don't left in job for canteen up na line, I don't feel to say we for penalize one set of people and say, una go come back tomorrow. If una they take 50% of the one that will not get documentation, 50%, half of the one that will not get will get the ID card, una take an half. Let people not feel bad. Because this registration process, now we all get for Onam, now we all get for Putan inside. So do you have one for appeal to NEC, that closing time, and if a center no say then don't begin late, then they extend the time for the one that we already done in a line. Then we get a good respect for people that they wait na the queue. These are some of the things that we want for Big NEC on behalf of the consortium, the people of Sierra Leone, so let them put on under the issues they are. Then I want to go back to the verification issue. Let me clarify them. Chairman of NEC, do you have a big with a big? Clarify them publicly. Let all man know who that for able for verify person will not get documentation. When they see adults picking them where they are being rejected. Then also there are certain areas where they say after 20 then they stop for register. Chairman, please attend to the issues there. We in a COP. We are part of the process, we embrace the process, and we want for let this stay so good before let all man able for register.
Nyaboda age baila uma. Mongo moye pe ugama a geniji. Ko go ngiyima net TPM or INET TPM. Ko ti Malaysia be fe koma. Ko elamola sabu tumo bawya ko mo ko egba. Ke hindanga na tiwema enyande. Chama mutomala. Ngibia jati ngema netumbo wako tingi ngijiwie. Nyati mana tembo alina. Tumbo be ali tembo atatu. To tumbo atatu. Tembo abaya. To nakengo ke awe ye wofle mangede tama tatatu. Sati satenga na moya na tetatu ha awe ye puima o ipuma yema. To kenga ketibaya awe ye nani ma akpokovui. To na we ake inyadi. Na we ake nunga gutuma tego tatileve fe koma. So mwaye pe batigama ko dale team date yenge biama. Tia humbu tingi jila to jifa nunga gutongole tia tilave fe koma. To mwabo umane nema dale nubele le mali mandileima. Ke ji wi ala dwejo amo mulave fe koma. Wati tia ke ya momu kwegwa mi kuwa mukwana anemwe. Ko ndwe eyambia ndwe iliglo. So mwa be umane nema amu wasa momo live momo leze sakoma ko la sabu ko mu kwa yagura mureje busa makoma ko yagura balele ye kada tifia ba yizio ba ga yigio hindagu tumava so dale mo kwa mane nema amu bia mudega mubodesia na otigwa ati ko gura buinama fo puma wayakpa ti ata titi la be fe koma mupia delay mupia bagoma.
The challenges that we confronted with in this voter registration, they're enormous. But me go and talk about one specific one. Me na a registrant will go for register na Tonkolili District Constituency 052 Ward 175. I go with me NCRA registration slip. I've been taking photo of and the 10 were verified. Then check me NIN number, me information all day. Them put me date of birth, me information all day. Them put all the unique identifiers and when they say they can put me information all day. So the constraints mean too much, except I get for try say I get me voter card, we have been used for vote 2018. Now that identification number, then that voter card 9 ECSL been get for use now and able to get me information. But the NCRA, no information about me no exist. Aside this, the center will be open quick. A lot of other challenges than they where I think say ECSL for address immediately. Otherwise, no problem for this whole registration exercise.
After min no PRE, mina me dey for anyway. Ibaka muchiras mamu salata manupasi akbab. Ka register ye ma pa at register from Takabuti. Marinu imuchinu mamu napo no register Takabuti. Kere mama nuko kakabote marinu manua fetanu kakanga so ankoi kama ko register bo bebi register amba kabot en kabota ke kabot kolo keke medere ka 2023 so marinu urnu kama nuko register afet mo ko register beti akere resulting ka beke o ka MPS o ka was modi atipo bote ate lomaninga so mako abule won kaka register kaka ke mo yin afuma pati ma ko kaka register antu won di salata mo computer egbeti dokor kati so akoni otanatan kaka bot kere ta so obdim ta se bakasne ta so muyu atema tideri ake mapo bempa computer tema ko de lemp so mari urnu kaman ko register ateta so ye ma kaman yo kaka atofani onko lodi marinu urnunge tenu nesai tenesa koko ba kione manu kone ma pa calculator te malome muyu kogbo kama ko register takabot yo mama salata manu so me lensi
at we know say na registration period this so we dey call all salon people dem for go register but one problem wey I don discover upon this in registration I don discover say the number where the political party observer then they get, where they take note of who that can register, where then they write. I discover say with electoral commission, their own staff, they will then put on the ground, they meet with them, the number. For example, if all the party agents don't get 50 people will register for today, now electoral commission then they go there 70, 80. So one make Mohammed Kone, the chairman for NEC, make a look into this problem. We don't start so. For there, every day, the electoral commission staff them and the party agents, they all figure for be the same.
Young people them, especially when are we boku, and we where they suffer. It's like for say, all the baby problem they will they get from we party agents they would inform we about the registration. It's like say now so na the northwest. So na the western area and so na the northeast. Now they all them problems they had they come out. We know they hear better problem themselves they come out at the other parts in the country. Now just then side there no more. And then they worry we.
Me, I can't talk to Una for let Una go register. Una we they sell Dove Court or any partner of the country. We say me I know they left me business for go do registration. Do ya left farm go register. You where they ride Okada, park Okada, go register. You where they ride keke, poda taxi, park let go register. You register, now they give you chance for let you vote. And you vote, now they change the situation where we depend in this country now. If you not register, you no go get chance for vote. And not say me, you don't know why they register, I don't know why they vote, I not see nothing. Do ya go register. If you go register, you know able to register for today. Go tomorrow. If you're not able to register tomorrow, go the other day until you get chance for go register. I also talk to Unami people in Akambia. I be then this year. I get for can't back for can't talk to Una. Go register. No say we do clean me at the go na me farm. For go that farm business day left farm force. Go register. This registration is very important. This now get for change your life tomorrow.
The only thing we want for say. So today, now that it's very, very important for make every citizen, whether all 18 years and above, na salon, go and register. Now you write for register, and in fact now your duty for register and vote. Every 5 years, the citizens in this country get for choose their leader. Now the only time down the way, the ordinary man at the streets, they show his own power. The power for choose the people that will lead them. And the way things don't they go in this country, owners yourself go agree with me that you better let you choose for yourself than you allow other people then for choose for you. So the importance of this registration exercise now for give we all the opportunity so that we all go able for exercise. We right for choose the people where we feel say go run this country in a way we go satisfy with. And that decision day now we self get for make them as individuals. We know say a lot of difficulties they don't day and problems they don't deal with the registration process so far. But me am for big owner, for be patient and for try by all means do everything possible so that we are able for register. Even though you get very important things them for do, not forget say nothing no day way more important than your life and the life we live in this country. Now this is not the only country we get, and this for many people now the only opportunity for let them show themselves say then they in charge of their own destiny. So as long as you now adult, even if not the first time you get for vote, we for tower for make up your mind, say your name go in that book day, so that when you go vote, you no go get any problem. We dey decide how we get for live in this country. We dey decide who that for lead in this country. But you not go take part in that decision day if now you not vote. So we want for ask everybody, not only we supporters them, but even the one themselves who know they support we. We dey ask everybody so that we will exercise we rights. Now this democracy will they try for build. Thank you very much.
The mountain in a Kabbalah, they shape like a lion. Me Jamaican body tell me say they high like a